Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. One last stream for the week, in fact, before I head back to work. And we're doing something that's requested a long time ago, actually. We've been trying to get this route sorted within our flight requests for quite a while. Hergy's flight request, of course, pushed back 3 times now. 3rd time lucky. But we're finally doing it. We're live at Rotterdam. The version 2 scenery by RD presets in Microsoft Flight Simulator, now in 4K on my side, 2K 60 frames per second your side as well, watching the stream wherever you are in the world. And we're off to Edinburgh, Paris Devco's Edinburgh airport, and back again. We're on the VATSIM network as well, and we've already started filling up the apron, to be fair. Couple of aircraft to the right as well, we'll spot them in a moment. We're parked up just over here at Delta 2. GSX fired up, but sadly there's no decent GSX profile for this yet, which I can't believe. I went digging around for a bit, for about 30 minutes today, trying to find one, but yeah, alas, one doesn't exist that is suitable. There is one on flightsim.to, but it seems pretty naff. Yoep, hello to you, good afternoon. He's our clearance delivery controller for today. Thank you for giving us some ATC for departure, and yes, pointed out a bit of a nuance, a bit of a niche startup procedure here at Rotterdam, saying for anybody parked at Rotterdam on VATSIM, startup clearance goes first, then IFR clearance. So we'll be calling up for startup clearance. Within that, we'll be told ready to copy IFR clearance. We'll say go ahead. We'll be then given our startup approved, cleared via the departure routing, squawk, all the rest of it, all in one big message. So something quite niche, actually. Thanks Yoet for pointing that out as well. I didn't know that, so yeah, really good to know for future reference as well. Patrick, welcome. Badger, Ian, Rab, good afternoon. Yoep, good afternoon again. David A as well, good morning to you over in the States. Birdman, Maciek, John, good afternoon, buddy. Dan86, Phantom, Rushik, Night Shepherd, good evening to you. And A Shadowbox, good morning over the pond. MG King, Justin Call, Matthew F, lots of channel members in the live chat. Great to have you on board with us today. So, let's dive in and we'll work out. Brilliant. I was going to say we'll work out what we're doing, but when we go into the flight deck now... Oh, well, that's rather lucky. How weird. I was about to say it'd be literally in the way, but we actually can't see him, which is kind of strange. So, let's dive into... let's dive into Navigraph. It's always the way, isn't it? Runway 24 expected for our departure here. Below sea level, minus 15 feet elevation, and it's a short runway, 2,200 meters in length, but an incredibly strong headwind which allows, with performance calculation, for us to depart flap 5. We're going to taxi right out of the apron, up onto Victor, hold point Victor 6 for the full length, and then departing runway 24 heading south westerly. Very quickly here at 400 feet, whichever is later, either at RD166 or 400 feet, we're going to basically turn right towards Romeo Delta 158, max 220 knots there, before then heading outbound from the Rotterdam VOR 110.4 RTM 262 degrees to Sommel, out towards the coast, heading a bit more northerly, Obagu, and then Tulip. So after departure, we'll be speaking to Amsterdam Radar. And initial climb, there it is, 3,000 feet, which is also the transition altitude here at Rotterdam too. What you can also do is have a little look at this chart. So it'll show you out of Delta 2, Charlie, November. It's outbound charts are here. So Delta 2 out onto Charlie, onto Yankee. Well, that's ground charts runway 206. There we go, that's better. Delta, Charlie, November, out onto Victor. So that's our taxi out. Random little airport. Where are we? There we go. Danny's saying there are special taxi charts, as we've just seen. Not complicated, just for the arriving and departing traffic. Let's tune in to Radio Yoep 122175. We've got no ATIS generated, but the METAR here at Amsterdam, sorry, not Amsterdam, Rotterdam. I'll put it in the live chat for you guys. It's interesting. There you go. Winds 250 degrees at 13 knots, variable 210 degrees and 280 degrees, all the 9s. 10 degrees Celsius is the temperature. The dew point's 2 degrees Celsius, and the QNH 9er 7 hectopascals. But there is also temporarily winds at 240 degrees at 15 knots, gusting 25 knots, 7,000 meters visibility in light showers and rain, and scattered 2,000 feet base cumulonimbus. One, 2, 2, 1, 7, 5. Jolly good, let's try it. Marco, hello. It's FSLTL plus AIG plus the Osprey Airways model matching rule set as a backup just in case. Cruise at flight level 360. That's up in the pressurization panel there as well. I think we could probably... Got anything in the sensor tanks? No, they're empty. We can get the APU started as well, I think. John says some of his garden furniture is flying towards Edinburgh. It's really stormy here, isn't it? The winds near me certainly are wild. Matt check, yes. Do I have my graphics set on ultra? The ground textures are really sharp. The clue's in the title. Oh dear. Very low hectopascals indeed. And we'll have a look at the QNH once we get airborne into Edinburgh. We may or may not have ATC there, I'm not sure. Okay, so cruise flight level 360. Oops, that's me smashing the mic. Whoops. Transition altitude 3000. N1 limit. I'm tempted to go for the Takeoff 1 performance instead. But we'll go for 22k D rate, climb profile 2, 92% M1, flaps 5, gives us V1 of 140, rotate 141, 146 for V2, add the 10, 156, and that then also suggests, in conjunction with our performance and the METAR on VAS Airplane Toolbox, a margin of 500 feet left of the runway. Sorry, 500 meters left of the runway before we get airborne. That's cutting it a bit fine. But we'll find out. I'm sure it'll be fine. David, hello, welcome. Jumping in as a gold frequent flyer, welcome. Thank you for joining as a channel member, it's much appreciated. Great to have you with us. If you're new to the channel as well, folks, make sure you hit like and subscribe. Definitely give us a little thumbs up. Rotterdam delivery, good afternoon. Transavia 6961 on stand Delta 2, radio check.
Transavia 6961, Rotterdam delivery, een hele goede middag, readability 5.
Thank you, readability 5 also, and we've got a QNH of 90907 on stand Delta 2, Boeing 737-800, request engine start.
Transavia 6961, no information available, QNH 90907 hectopascal, startup is approved and clearance is available.
Startup approved and ready to copy Transavia 6961.
Transavia 6961, clear to Edinburgh, Tulip 3 Bravo departure, runway 24, initial climb 3,000 feet, squawk 7346.
Clear to Edinburgh, runway 24, Tulip 3 Bravo, departure, initial climb, tree south 1000 feet, squawk 7346, Transavia 6961.
Transavia 6961, read back correct, report ready for taxi.
Okay. So we can get rid of GSX really, because if anything, having the geezer there is just going to be an hour away. I have started the APU, haven't I? Yes, let's look at APU gen. Good. So down here we can make sure the parking brake is set. We can remove the chocks. It's going to clear the other bits as well, and then we're going to, with APU air on, packs are off.
Ryanair 74 Kilo is fully ready.
Ignition mode ground.
Kilo, still no information available, unfortunately. QNH 997 hectopascal.
7346.
121.2. Have a good flight.
QNH 997 and 121.2, Ryanair 74 Kilo. Thank you. Have a good day.
121.2 is our next frequency. That should now have N2. There we go, over 20. Happy days. Run the fuel through it.
Rotterdam delivery, g'day, Osprey 340, Airbus A320neo, requesting IFR clearance through to Edinburgh is filed.
Osprey 340, Rotterdam delivery, good
EGPH.
afternoon.
This is the
Clear to
ATIS in Edinburgh if we do have any.
Bravo
There isn't any.
departure, Runway 24.
So we can expect ILS 24.
Squawk 734 fleet.
And I'll have a look in a moment to see what else we can expect. So we can pop ignition mode continuous. Engine 1, mode ground. We'll pop the Gen 2 on for the engine 2.
QNH 09097 and squawking 7343.
So we're expecting the AGPET 1 Echo
Osprey 340, just verify initial climb 3000 feet.
arrival into Edinburgh for the ILS runway 24.
Osprey 340, read back correct, startup is approved, report ready for taxi.
Ah, jeez, my beacon.
We'll report when ready for taxi, Osprey 340.
Yes, John, thank you. That's a penalty right there, whoopsie. Good grief. AGPET 1 Echo, it's so strange having to kind of start up through all of this. I don't think we want Tulla. We'll leave that like so. Tartan. We'll leave that discontinuity in for now while we get the engine started. We are over multitasking here, beyond my capacity it seems. Yeah, Rab, Simbrief probably did, but if you check live streams, the route that we'll be using is in there. That's the one that Doc sort of looked into and found that's one that the aircraft have used in real life. Good, so Minish mode continuous. Gen 1 on, check the power output, that's fine. Probes on automatic, the cockpit voice recorder switched to auto, that's good. Pop that off, pop engine 1 and 2 bleeds on, right and left packs on auto, isolation valve auto, recirc fans automatic, hydraulics all on a set icing as required. Don't need it at the moment. We'll pop the seatbelt signs on, forgot to put that on auto onto on. Oh yeah, how strange. That's a good point. So, bearing in mind I've reinstalled with the new computer, we've got a double whammy of Rotterdam, but I never had the MSFS Asobo Rotterdam installed anyway, which is super strange, because I'd uninstalled that and then sucked it across to the new one. So I wonder if we're going to get any weird issues then with this today. It's like one thing after another sometimes with the sim, isn't it? APU off, taxi lights on, flaps 5, flight directors are both on LNAV, VNAV. Oh, that's so frustrating that we still have this installed. system. Fully right. Fully left. All the way back. All the way forwards. And then a quick rudder check as well. Looking at the display down there, that's all fine. Engine set. And we'll do a test of that. And Transavia 6961 is ready for taxi.
Transavia 6961, you can contact Triple Approach 121.2. Have a nice flight. Bye-bye.
Contact Triple Approach 121.2 for Transavia 6961. Cheers.
And EC82 Charlie Zulu identified, climb flight level 130.
That's good afternoon.
EC82 Charlie Zulu.
Rotterdam, taxi charts, ground movement. Schiphol approach, good afternoon. Transavia 6961, stand Delta 2, Rotterdam, request taxi.
Transavia 6961, hello, taxi to holding point Victor 6, runway 24.
Taxi hold point Victor 6, runway 24, Transavia 6961. Taxi lights are good, they're all on and set, that's all set as required.
Ryanair 74 Kilo, we would be also able for intersection departure Victor 5.
Ryanair 74 Kilo, Roger, via Victor 5.
J-Back, welcome, thanks for subscribing.
250 degrees, 13.
Jan says, do you know why my VNAV and LNAV isn't arming? Probably because either you don't have flight directors on, or you might have a problem with, say, like a discontinuity.
G'day, Osprey 340 with you, gate Charlie 3, ready for taxi. Osprey 340, hello, taxi to holding point Victor 6, runway 24 at November, give way to the Transavia 737 coming from the right.
There we go, happy days.
Taxi by Victor 6 are holding Romeo 24 and giving way.
Yeah, so we have the RD preset scenery installed, but for some, well, I literally don't even know how. Obviously, I've reinstalled the sim with the new computer, but we seem to, it seems to have reinstalled Rotterdam, Sobo Rotterdam, without my say-so, which is very strange.
Point Victor 6, runway 24 at November, give way to 2 aircraft, the last one being a A320 coming from the right.
There's the windsock. It's
Roger.
pointing in the wrong direction.
A320, Osprey 490.
I mean, yeah, so Rotterdam, RD presets Rotterdam is actually quite nice. I'm a little bit frustrated that I've somehow fallen into having a double scenery loaded in there. Very strange.
First easy 82 Charlie Zulu, nothing further, continue with Unicorn.
Hopefully that doesn't cause us any problems on the runway. I know you can get scenery clashes at times which cause all manner of issues.
And the KLM 17907 identified, plan to fly level 130.
Should probably start the safety demonstration.
Osprey 2472, taxi to holding point Victor 6, runway 24 at Victor, so right in front of you, give way to the Boeing 737 coming from the left.
Give way to the aircraft coming from the left and taxi to Victor 6 for runway 24 via Victor for Osprey 2472.
Osprey 340, report ready for, confirm you're ready for taxi now? Yeah, just taxiing now, Osprey 340. Roger.
Schiphol approach, hello, this is Osprey 490 Mike at Rotterdam gate, Delta 3, requesting taxi.
Osprey 490 Mike, taxi to holding point Victor 6, runway 24 at November, at taxiway November, give way to the Osprey 7, correction, A320 coming from the left, will be joining November 2.
Pull out 5.
Taxi to Victor 6, runway 24, give way to the A320 on November, Osprey 490 Mike.
Yeah, if you're it's the aircraft that just started taxi right in front of you.
The paint scheme today, painted by Steve Dra, one of the PMDG folks.
Transavia 255, hello, hold position for now, I will come back to you.
Roger, holding position, keep off.
KLM 17907, nothing further, continue with Unicorn 122 decimal, goodbye.
Unicorn for KLM 1797, thank you very much, bye-bye.
Ryanair 1, correction, Ryanair 74 kilo, identify, climb flight level 50.
Andy, good afternoon.
Climbing flight level 50, Ryanair 74 kilo.
Transavia 255, taxi to holding point Victor 6, runway 24 in November, give way to the 737 coming from the right.
Taxiing quite nicely at idle actually. So actually while we're here we'll dive in, have a look at the cabin.
Osprey 340, hold short of
very
Victor,
green.
please, hold short of Victor.
Holding short of Victor, Osprey 340. Osprey 490 Mike, would you like me to continue taxi the A320 advance?
Yeah, affirm continue taxi and hold short behind the A320 currently in front of you, he will hold short of Victor.
Roger that.
It's a great variant Shadowbox, isn't it?
Osprey 2472, just to confirm you can start the taxi on Victor behind the 737 currently in front of you.
Excellent, taxi behind the 737 which is in front. Osprey 2472.
Osprey 490.
The Flying Panda, welcome.
To the right,
Joining us a Gold Frequent Flyer as well, great to have you with us.
Okay, so go ahead of the A320 then.
Affirm continue taxi on Victor traffic on November, we'll give it to you.
How is the new airline going, Andy says on New Sky? Very well actually, we're almost the biggest by number of flights, as well as we are currently the biggest by number.
For correction, climb flight level 130.
Climbing 130, Ryanair 74 kilo.
See Bowers, I think there was a bug that was introduced to the last update. I might be wrong, but there might be something in that.
And Amsterdam approach Osprey 340 into holding 230, just making sure that
How bad's the traffic jam?
Give it 2 aircraft, the last one being a 777-900 coming on Victor, so give way to one more aircraft.
The cabin announcement, Ellis, it's the Luke Air Tool, it's freeware, lukeairtool.net, you can find it on flightsim.to as well. Luke Air Tool is all one word, search for that, you'll find.
That's correct.
You'll find it. It's good timing. There's a windsock that's in the right place.
Transavia 61, correction, Transavia 6961, report ready for departure.
Yeah, ready for departure now. Transavia 6961, just approaching Victor 6.
Roger, Transavia 6961, runway 24, cleared for takeoff, the wind 230 degrees, correction 250 degrees, 13 knots.
Runway 24, clear for takeoff. Transavia 6961.
Approach, hello, Alpine 81, Quebec Delta.
Approach, set rate, that's all good, that's all set.
Trouwens, ik zou even de etens nakijken, ik zet een YouTube link in de beschrijving daar.
Alpine 81, Quebec Delta, I didn't copy the last part, but yeah, you can send it if I text later if it's important. Information Golf, expect vectors, ILS approach, runway 27, descend flight level 70.
So we've got a bit of energy at the moment on the aircraft. We will keep that in place because it's actually done a little bit of acceleration for us. So engines to 40 now. Control visualizer at the bottom left for you guys.
Oh, dat is heel gek. Daar ga ik even naar kijken, dankjewel.
Toga. And that way we're accelerating a lot quicker.
Further continue with Unicom 1 to 2 decimal 8, goodbye.
1 to 2 decimal 8, Ryanair 74 kilo, thank you, bye bye.
A nice headwind, but it is variable and gusty.
Alpine 81, Quebec Delta, after river, proceed direct Sierra Papa Lima.
After river, direct Schiphol, Alpine 81, Quebec Delta.
You're up. Staring at the flight directors and the nav display because we know we've got a right turn coming up now. 500 and we're turning. Manual flight still. When we get wings level, we'll then allow the aeroplane's autopilot to take over. I can see.
6961, identified, climb flight level 50.
Flight level 50, Transavia 6961. Flaps 1, that's good. So set that. 5. Altitude intervention. Now N1 mode's active. Gear lever is off. Auto brake is off. Runway turn off lights off. Engine start mode selector switches off. That's it. On our VNAV, auto thrust through, flaps up for one more stage of flap towards the end. And then we'll be flaps up, no lights. Away we go. There we go. And now we're flying this outbound track of 262 degrees. Oh wow, look at that. Woo! Double rainbow. Double rainbow.
Kilo 945 passing 2000 feet. Kilo 945 identified, climb level 130.
If you're joining us as a channel member today, make sure you link your YouTube account into your Discord user settings.
Approach Osprey 490
and it'll get you access into the Club Lounge, the members only sections of our Discord server.
Osprey 490, runway 24, clear for takeoff to wind 250 degrees, 1 knot.
Clear for takeoff, Osprey 490.
Through transition.
Osprey 2472 behind departing company line for runway 24, Victor 6
Might have overshot that, whoops.
Behind departing company traffic, line up on runway 24.
Got an aircraft just to the right hand side. A few thousand feet above apparently. Can't see him though. Oh wow.
6961, further climb at own discretion, monitor Unicom 122.8. Enjoy your flight, goodbye.
Further climb own discretion and Unicom 1228, Transavia 6961. Thanks, have a good day.
Likewise.
.360. There we go. Oh god, packs. Have I forgot the packs? No, they're on. It's what it was an unscheduled, basically an unscheduled. So it thought we were leveling off for cruise at 5,000. So the aircraft wasn't pressurising. It was then warning us of that. That's all it was. We had that little stutter underneath at 5,000 feet underneath the Amsterdam airspace. Over the fuel farms, the big oil farms, or I should say, and all of those wind farms as well. It's very exciting. It's a long way away though. It's a question that I get asked every single live stream. But I feel like people are being incredibly excited way too soon for the A380. It's a long way away yet. A long old way away yet. 1228. That's all good. We've got London. Ooh, actually, we've got London. Yeah, London North is who we'll be speaking to next, I think. And that's going to be at Mimva. 1337. I'm waiting for a big old loud bang, which will tell me my bin has been knocked over outside. So we'll pre-tune that ready. And away we go. Smooth flying, good afternoon to you, welcome. Through 10,000 now as well, there's our cue to get the lights, the landing lights switched off. And we'll pop the seatbelt signs off as well. Going to check that again by pressing, as we go through 10,000, by pressing that to see if the air conditioning warning comes back on. But we can see the cabin is pressurising nicely there too, so that has been resolved. And let's go back to my favourite view. There we go. Hello voting alloy, welcome Hazard Salt. It's about 1 hour each way. So 1 hour, we turn around, we'll come back. Aerosoft A330 is coming soon. That's probably going to be the next big aircraft to be released on top of the Microsoft ATR that Hans, the chap who made the Aerosoft CRJ, is creating. So I think it'll be the Hans / Microsoft ATR, followed by the Aerosoft A330, followed by the PMDG 777. I would be surprised to see the A380, I say it every live stream, I'd be surprised to see the A380 in 2023. Danny, so we had the landing airport elevation set for departure out of Rotterdam in case we had to turn back. Our departure alternate as well, if we had to turn back, would have been Amsterdam potentially. That is also, well, that we'd have set there a landing elevation of, I think, 0 or maybe -50 for that. So that's where that comes from. It's a great question though. That's why that's set to 0, because the landing elevation at Rotterdam was -15 feet. So we set that accordingly. Once we get a bit closer though, the airport elevation in Edinburgh is 136. So to be fair, we could probably do that now. There we go, we can set that to 150 now. So that's one less thing for us to worry about nearer to our arrival. Here comes all that cloud. Monil Serpa Mimba 1337. And then we've got Scottish Centre online as well for a little bit of the journey. So while we're climbing, we've got to be thinking about the arrival now, because they are short, punchy sectors. So if we jump back into Navigraph, we're on the Tulip 4 Alpha at the moment. There we are, transitioning onto the main element of the routing for today, across the North Sea, and we're expecting the Agped 1 Echo arrival into Edinburgh. So crossing Agpeg at flight level 260. Inbound Haven, reducing speed to 250. We'll be descending all the way down through this to reach Tartan at flight level 70. There's a hold there if it's particularly busy. Max 230 knots. From there, we go back to flights. On the left hand side, we select runway 24 approaches. We don't want the arrival through Tulla, because that doesn't match our routing. We're actually going Haven into Tartan, so it'll just be transition to final, like so. So we'll probably get a little bit of vectors going on there. Kind of round, similar to what that actually looks like. Either of those. Airport elevation of 136, we've already set that now. Runway elevation is 100 feet. So I'm tempted to set 100, but it'll be fine. Missed approach, climbs straight ahead to 3,000 feet, then as directed by ATC, we can tune in now as well the ILS DME of 108.9er, the course of 241 degrees into nav 1 and 2. And we can pop ADF 2 or ADF 1, sorry, ADF 1 into 341 for the Edinburgh NDB as well. From 9 DME at 3,000 feet, that's where we should intercept the glide slope down 9 miles towards the runway, and for a Cat 2 we can set the decision altitude to 200 feet. I've run the data on VATS Airplane Toolbox. With the current METAR at Edinburgh, it's a headwind of 4 knots, crosswind of 7 knots for us today, and it's requesting us to use auto brake 3 and reverse. We can use reverse both or reverse idle. 798. Apparently it's the same. Yeah. Happy days. Seems to work. 62.3 tons estimated. And I'll try and get back to the live chat in a moment because it is very busy. Monal is coming up. Then we've got Serpa, Mimba. So we've got to make sure we've got all of this in. Departures, arrivals. We've already done all this. That's fine. There is a discontinuity which we have in place after Tartan. We need to leave that there really, because there isn't a way to naturally connect the two. We could put some pseudo waypoints in, but again that's just unnecessarily complicating it. Down here we want 1089er. 1089er into nav 1 and 2, and then as we mentioned as well before, we just wiggle the camera a little bit. We want to set this to 341 ADF 1. We can tune that in primarily now. We want to check AgPed at flight level 260, Haven at 250, Tartan at flight level 70. The approach reference then 62.4, going to round up. 145 knots, flap 30. Add the 10, it's going to be 150 knots. But we need to know the arrival weather as well. So, dot METAR EGPH just to pull the latest METAR in. And we've got winds 170 degrees at 11 knots. All the nines, few cloud 3,600 feet. Scattered cumulonimbus at 4,900 feet. QNH 9 at 83 hectopascals. Wow. That's incredibly low. So, remember the rule that I talk about quite a lot. Down, high to low, down you go. We're actually going to be significantly lower than our altitude suggests during flight levels. So flight level 70 is going to be nearer to like 5,000 feet with that QNH difference, which is huge. We've got to bear that in mind for terrain avoidance and all the rest of it. 983. That's insane. That's so significant. Fix runway 24. We're going to add 9 miles because that's where the glide slope interception happens, and we'll do 1 at 4 as well, just to reduce our speed 160 to 4 DME as appropriate there. Oh, you know, oh no, that's not. It's changed the numbers because of the weights there. That's fine. So standard VREF minimums 200, wasn't it? There we go. Auto brake 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello Alberto, good morning to you. Ergy, hello, welcome. Saying some chat or something requested this. Annoyingly, I've got both the RD preset scenery and Asobo's scenery seems to have reinstalled itself bizarrely. So I've got both sceneries installed at the same time. Mike's asking about the Headwind A330. So I know it's received a decent update, to be fair, recently from their folks at Headwind. But you've just got to bear in mind that it's not perfect still. 1337.
Sorry, correction, descend flight level 70. 70.
London control.
FedEx49, descend now to altitude 3,500. Correction, descend now to altitude 3,000 feet. Liverpool QNH is 9080 hectopascal.
Alright, down to 3,000 and QNH is 2 Pascal, FedEx49.
Confirm, QNH 9080 hectopascal.
Alright, 9080 for FedEx49.
Steepa 015, sending Stockton, flight level 65.
Steve 015, thanks. I've been trying to get hold
Yeah,
of
living
you
the
for
dream.
about
So that's an
5
interesting
minutes
point
now.
you make there with
Climb
pressures and
that,
temperatures.
flight level 100 for the moment, please, and I'll call you back.
It can cause the nose to drop quite a bit. So VNAV could just all of a sudden see this massive discrepancy where you either need to descend more than you need to or climb more than you need to. So sometimes with this significant temperature difference, it might be safer and smoother to go into vertical speed mode first before then changing to transition out there to the local QNH. Certainly we're going to be going from QNH 1013 to QNH 9 at 83 hectopascals. It's about 1,600 or so feet difference roughly. Jan's asking what do we say to London Control when we contact him. You're about to find out. It's going to be call sign, position, altitude, and intention.
Negative, they're heading 195. FedEx 49, turn left heading 130 degrees.
130 degrees, FedEx 49.
Blue Max 7 November Charlie, turn right heading 090 degrees, descend now to altitude 4,000 feet.
We're going to let him sort all this out first.
Turn right heading 090, 4,000 feet, and unit 9 at 82 hectopascals.
Ryanair 1 November Romeo, fly heading 040
Jack, when you're flying
degrees,
NDB type
14.
approaches, London Control, hello, Transavia 6961s, climbing through flight level 310 for 360 inbound M1.
Transavia 6961 London, roger, break. Norseman 26 Hotel Romeo, contact London now 127.1.
127.1.
Hello, James. Vedank says this frame generation on the 40 series causes blurring of the EFIS display data like normal DLSS does. No, so I've got TAA active still, but
You just had to give an instruction to another aircraft. Stand by and I will call you back.
Very nice.
49 heading 120 degrees at altitude 3,000, correction 2,000.
by the way, because we're going to be tracking the Edinburgh NDB, we need to flick this across from VOR1 to ADF1.
Go ahead and expect 09, FedEx 49.
Confirm you are cleared for the ILS 09.
And we're cleared for 09, FedEx 49.
Ryanair 1 November Romeo, descend flight level 70.
Yeah, we're on Valanta, Justin, halfway across the North Sea at the moment.
November Charlie, turn right heading 150 degrees.
Right heading 150,
Steve at 015, you climbed above your cleared level, climb now, flight level 150 and pass your message.
Still haven't got Aerosoft's North Sea pack installed,
Okay,
frustratingly.
the flight plan I have for you still from Gatwick to Rome, so I double checked that. You break channel 23 Delta Charlie, descend
Here we
flight
are.
level 100.
By the way, those of you who use my PMDG 737 checklist on flightsim.to, I've done a massive refresh of it, updated it, changed the flows a little bit, tweaked a few bits. I've done the same with the Phoenix checklist as well, so both of them got updated last night, and I'm currently working on an MD80 checklist as well, which I realise I spent an hour creating it, and I got to halfway through the after start checks, and then I remembered how complicated the aeroplane is.
Channel 1 for Golf, what's the update on takeoff?
Stand by. Blue Max 7 November Charlie, turn
So yeah,
right,
I've tweaked the font styles and everything else with the checklists, neatened it all up a little bit, fiddled around with some of the flows.
Channel 1 for Golf, sorry about the delay, just trying to establish the intentions of that other aircraft. Runway 25, your surface winds have disappeared now. Closest winds I've got for you, 160 degrees at 20 knots, clear takeoff.
Runway 2 clear to takeoff, Channel 12 for Golf.
A little bit of land ahoy, that's going to be the Norfolk coast around here.
Channel 52 Romeo, taxi on point.
Or Drew, you want to see an example of what, the PMDG checklist?
Sorry, correction, by November Charlie, Delta, Papa, Kilo.
Stand by.
Juliet 1 via November Charlie, Delta Papa, Quebec, and Juliet 52 Romeo.
Let's go the last two
So,
taxis, Kilo and Juliet.
Hopefully,
Correct,
you can
Kilo,
see
Juliet.
that. That's the refreshed checklist. So designed so that this is even easier to read. The contrast between each of the steps, so that grey is a little bit more enhanced. Neatened it up a little bit, evened out the formatting, and made it more printer friendly. Although I've noticed there's a third page to it, which is frustrating. There should only be 2 pages, so I might have to tweak that again. What if I could do that whilst in the cruise?
23 Delta Charlie, continue present heading and descend flight level 70 back to ILS 23 right.
And the other one entirely, well, the MD-80 checklist is an absolute pain in the backside. It's a mess, so I won't show it you yet.
Descent to altitude 3,500 feet. The lead QNH is 1 cushion.
And that's New Sky tracking us as well with that OFP on there. How did I get my logo in the top right behind the skies is asking? I put it there.
Control, good afternoon, NX2 Bravo with you at lead 1727800.
Neil, interesting. Eurotrans DHL have changed their call sign to Postman. That's pretty cool. Did not know that.
Green flag.
Good afternoon, 81. Active uniform AV20. Start 53 ready to push start.
81 active uniform push start approved.
Start 34 active uniform.
Green flight 9 Hotel Romeo push start approved.
I'm just overwriting this
checklist.
checklist again.
Stand by.
That's a bit better.
Green flight 9 Hotel Romeo, your push and start's approved.
Desktop, secondary.
Ryanair 1 November Romeo, the turn's going to end up taking you through the localizer, turn right.
And then I'm going to actually try and get this updated on flightsim.to right now, so in case you guys are heading there to download the updated checklist, just wait another 2 minutes and I'll fix that third page weirdness that seems to have become a thing.
Steve 015, passing message.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I don't care what you do, have to do so long as you
I have contacted London Yet Yan.
Level, please. You're showing at flight level 1.
I called up a moment ago when you asked what do we say. It was pretty much around the same time actually. I told him our location, position, so like altitude, so call sign.
Amber 167, continue descent to flight level 80 to be level by Mersey.
Altitude.
Flight level 80 by Mersey.
And what waypoint we're inbound.
Lufthansa 119, contact London
That's
on 127.
all you've got to tell him. Next is going to be Scottish radar.
Contact
1263.
Lufthansa 119.
Who dat?
2318 Lucas 9 Park, Cruise to Palma de Mallorca, we're going mission Bravo.
Tomjet 2318, stand by query back. Chanix 14 Golf, report your passing level.
Passing 5000, 14 Golf.
Chanix 14 Golf, thanks, climb now, flight level 15, correction, climb now, flight level 250 and redirect to Gasco.
Redirect Gasco and climb flight level 250, Chanix 14 Golf.
To confirm the fix is Gasco, Golf Alpha Sierra Kilo Oscar.
Golf Alpha Sierra Kilo Oscar, Chanix 14 Golf.
Fever 6410, runway 25, wind 160 degrees, 20 knots, clear takeoff.
He is busy, but he sounds so calm.
49, stand 10.
Stand 10, FedEx 49.
Okay, now
Who else is waiting on a clearance?
that is solved.
23.
I've updated it on flightsim.to.
Correction, Chanix 2 Bravo, roger, you're clear.
Behind the scenes, yes, it's Payware, Pyreek Devco's Edinburgh. It's in the description.
And just walk 5570.
Cleared to Tenerife, Port Hill to X-ray 5570 in the box, Channel 2 Bravo.
They really have a favourite song.
2318 cleared Palma de Mallorca, Samba 1 Romeo departure, squawk 6477.
Cleared Palma, Summer 1 Romeo departure, squawk 6477.
Good afternoon, Scandi 248, climbing 150 out to Ringa.
I got a moment ago. It was a ping from London Control saying contact me, but I already have.
Scandinavian 248 London, roger, climb now, flight level 370, and it's the Disit 1 Golf arrival for Gatwick.
Climb 370, and can you repeat the start?
The Disit
Shoe Dog in
1
Arizona,
Golf
good morning.
arrival. Blue Max 7
Expecting
November
Disit
Charlie,
1 Golf arrival,
runway
can you
3
split it?
right, winds variable 10 gust 24, clear to land.
This is going to be the first time flying into Edinburgh for me in 4K,
10X23 Delta Charlie, descent to altitude
and
3000
for you guys watching the stream in 2K 60 frames per second. So it's going to be interesting to see what it is all going to look like.
82 hectopascals, Channel 23 Delta Charlie.
Rhino 1 November Romeo, runway 14 at the surface winds 140 degrees, 18 knots, clear to land.
Roku gin, James. It's Japanese gin.
London, hello, Flyer 87 Victor Charlie, climbing flight level 250.
Flyer 87 Victor Charlie, London, hello, thank you. It's the Listo 1 Charlie for London City, climb now, flight level 310.
Listo 1 Charlie for London
Runway
City,
length
climb
Edinburgh,
now,
2,558 metres with the performance of auto brake 3 in reverse. We should be able to vacate at Bravo to cross over the whole point Bravo onto Alpha and then taxi to the gates. Was that like a triple whammy? Wow.
17 calling at once. Osprey
17.
2472 London, Roger. Break. EV32 Mike Bravo.
Oh
London,
dear.
Roger. Climb now,
Absolute
flight
chaos.
Flight level 350, EV32 Mike Bravo, thanks.
Eurowings 24 Bravo with you, Manchester Airport Gate 49, request Alpha clearance to Munich.
Eurowings 24 Bravo, Roger. Cleared Munich, Sandra 1 Romeo departure, squawk 3220.
Clear to Munich via Samba 1 Romeo departure, squawk 320.
The only thing with frame generation is when you click back in, so you click away
Negative 3
onto the charts or Volanta or whatever else you might be using. When you click back into the sim, it's like it re-toggles the frame generation.
Blue Max 7 November Charlie, Manchester ground now 121.850.
Toto, you are.
All stations London broadcast. Stations on the ground at Manchester. Contact Manchester ground on 121.850.
That's why he's so busy, because he's trying to control Manchester ground as well, which is chaotic at best.
Okay, well I can't let you continue on the network IFR without a flight plan, so you either need to figure it out or you need to start the flight again.
Somebody's not got a flight plan. You can't say, I don't know how to generate a flight plan if you're connecting. So if you're not sure, check out my tutorials, and that will help you get all of the information you need.
Continue approach runway 23 right, 1 pass from the head, Channel 23 Delta Charlie.
10x52 Romeo, runway 23 right, surface winds, variable 10, gust 24, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff, 23 right, 52 Romeo.
Patrick, so in the NVIDIA control panel, I've capped the sim at 62. I've capped the sim at 62 frames per second, basically, so it can't exceed that because ultimately you don't need any more than that. To be honest, you don't really need more than 30 frames per second in the sim because 30 is smooth. I think the human eye refreshes at 10 frames per second or something like that. Christopher, my goodness, 26 months he's been with us. Incredible. Thank you for your ongoing support, Christopher. Great to have you with us all that time. Wow. You don't know me saying, is it allowed to use an old is it allowed to use VATSIM with an old AirAC? You can, but it depends how old it is. If it's particularly old, it might cause more problems than you would like or need. So it does depend. But they understand on VATSIM that not everybody is going to be able to buy or pay for a Navigraph subscription, you know. So as long in your remarks, when you file your flight plan, AirAC, whatever it is, you put the AirAC number in there, they should then be able to see that in the remarks when you load in and they check your flight plan when you get your clearance. I say should because not all of them will read it, but David says, after playing racing and being locked to 90 frames per second, trust me, I can see whenever it drops below 60, not saying about even lower, so yeah, there's a difference. There is, in stuff like racing sims or FPS shooters, that sort of stuff. Bearing in mind on my old computer, I was barely getting about 30 frames per second on some of these more complex stuff. As long as it's smooth, that's all that matters.
Speaker 1413, hello with you. Climbing 150.
Roger, climb now.
The racing's very different. It's very fast paced. There's a lot going on the screen all at once. All at close proximity. You know, walls of the racing track, Armco barriers, that sort of thing.
Channel 23 Delta Charlie, runway 23 right, surface winds, variable 10 degrees, correction, variable 10, gust 24 knots, clear to land.
Good try, runway 22 right, for next 23 Delta Charlie.
Amber 167, descend flight level 7.
You got to earn them channel points.
Flight level 70, Amber 167.
I don't know how to do that.
Romeo, report your passing level. Channel 52 Romeo, London.
Passing 4000, 52 Romeo.
Roger, what waypoint are you headed now towards, please?
Cutley.
Okay, interesting fly heading 180 degrees, climb flight level 190.
180 degrees and flight level 190, Scotch.
Ooh, Christopher, saying now that we've got a 1% of PC, you should edit your config file to use a higher resolution of shadows. I wouldn't know how to do that actually.
Climb flight level 350.
Smooth flying, do you think the RTX4090 is worth it? That's a really good question.
Logan 83 Romeo Juliet, London.
Yeah, very good question. I think it is. Bearing in mind I've gone from an RTX 2070 Super and an AMD Ryzen 9 3600X CPU. I can now enjoy views like that. Look how spectacular that looks.
I will see 190 home.
Did you want to clear uniform? Sorry, pass your message.
Back to captain.
Taxi out point Charlie from.
And it's been a massive difference.
Sign up Papa Yankee level 340. Right, 4 Papa Yankee London, Roger.
But as Christopher said, it is also, it's got an insane price tag attached to it, sadly. So it's a question of what your affordability and your budget is.
Turn right heading 140 down to 4000 QNH 982.
To put it into perspective, when you use the spec command and you look at my PC has cost me £3,750, which is insane. And I would never have been able to afford it if it wasn't for the generosity of some of the folks in the live chat. Fritz particularly.
When ready, descend flight level 260 to be leveled by INPIP.
When ready, 260 by MPIP shuttle.
Otherwise I would never have been able to afford it. How are we doing?
Good afternoon, Logan Flight 3 Romeo Juliet, file 370.
Logan 83 Romeo Juliet, London, hello, thank you, squawk 7536, it's the Croft 1 Bravo arrival.
EGPH ATIS, information Bravo, runway news 24. Let's put it up here for you, EGPH, so you guys can see. There we go. Transition level, flight level 70. QNH 9 at 83 hectopascals, and there's the clouds and the winds.
Climb now, flight level 290.
Flight level 290 for speedback 1413.
Channel 52 Romeo, report your heading to London on 127.1.
Heading to 127.1, 42 Romeo.
Amber 167, descent to altitude 3,000 feet.
Yeah, if you're running on a 3080 already, then hold off, because it's insanely expensive for you to upgrade from a 3070 to a 4090 when the 3070 is quite new in itself.
Alpha 1, do you require the backtrack?
Andrea, so everything's on ultra preset, and then I've got a bit of other bits as well. But again, so the monitor that I've got the sim on is a 4K monitor as well, so I'm able to run the sim in 4K, 60 frames per second on a 4K screen, and then I can output to you guys in 2K, 60 frames per second.
10 degrees, clear ILS approach runway 23 right.
turning right.
And I mean, so Mark's saying I might wait for the 5000 series generation, but by the time that comes, then that might be the perfect time to get a 4090 because of the price difference.
Request 5 minutes away for a copy.
Flyer 870 approved, reporting you back.
Okay.
Shuttle 8 Whiskey, report your cleared level to London. Correction, report your cleared level to Scottish on 126.
Bearing in mind as well, a lot of these now like AM5 chips and DDR5 RAM and all that sort of stuff as well. You end up needing an entire new computer.
Climb flight level 35,
Climbing to 350, speedbird 3410.
Chanex 14 Golf.
We should be handed off in a moment.
Dola.
Looks like Ian's on a different routing.
Chanex 14 Golf, reach direct Dola. Redirect to Dola 14 Golf. Transavia 9, correction 6961, nothing further now. Unicom on 122.8, goodbye.
Unicom 1228, Transavia 6961, thanks, have a good one.
Osprey 2472, Unicom now 122.8, goodbye.
So I'm actually going to just tune into Scottish radar because we'll be speaking to him soon.
Flight level 250,
near to Newcastle.
Griffin 35 kilo.
And I want to get an idea of how busy he is and everything else.
095.
095, speedbird 69 Golf.
Top of descent in 40 miles. So we've done our descent forecast, the transition level's in, the QNH is in as well. We've got the QNH set there. When we go through the transition level, back to the local pressure. Minimum's 200 feet for the barometric altitude, not the rad out. And our VREF at 145, add 5, gives us 150 for the approach speed. We've done some fixed rings as well, and we've got the AGPAIR 1 Echo Arrival ILS-24 all added into the aircraft. That's done. Order brake 3 is set. We've got the ILSs tuned in, 1089er with the ADF as well, 341. And from there, landing pressure panel set.
Please repeat heading.
VNAV's active, so the VNAV can take us down with the path.
075, speedbird 65 Golf.
When we get closer, we'll set this to 7. To be fair, actually, I might set it now, and it can just sit. 7,000 for Tartan, which is going to be nearer to about 5,000 feet when we flick to the local pressure. Got to bear that in mind. Try not to get caught out by it.
Shuttle 8 Whiskey, descend flight level 130.
Flight level 130, Shuttle 8 Whiskey.
Bandy Legs is asking, are you binding controls with FSU IPC7 or MSFS? As he can't get flaps to move through the detents and move directly up or down within MSFS. It depends on your hardware, to be honest. I've just got it all set inside the sim. I don't use any keybindy stuff for any of that sort of thing.
Speedbird 69 Golf Lima, descend altitude 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, speedbird 69 Golf Lima.
Aviation James says, good luck on the arrival. Storm Noah's causing many from Heathrow to divert to Stansted. And we're getting thrown around all over the shop. Look at that. Look at that wind. So I think now we could probably justify putting that on. Look at that. Yawing all over the place. So, top of descent marker should have us descend down to Tartan at 7,000 or flight level 70 through Agped at flight level 260 and then Haven with that speed restriction of 250 knots. That's where that first decel point is there, that first little green circle. The bigger green circles, there are fixed rings around Edinburgh. We're all ready. Flick that to 80 for now. Let's see what happens. What have we got here? Big fluffy clouds. They look fantastic. Keep smashing the like button, folks, as well, if you are enjoying today's live stream. Audrey, that's another good question. Do you ever change your bank angle? So yes, to be fair, I've been a little sloppy with it recently. But effectively, as you go to the higher speeds, you want to make sure that bank angle collar there is set to 10. Doesn't really matter if you're on LNAV because it doesn't influence the way the LNAV system works.
133.7.
But it's more if you were to go into heading mode for whatever reason, you don't want to be at, say, max 79 at flight level 360 and then all of a sudden do a 30-degree angular bank with a narrow flight envelope. You know, when we've flown before and we have, you know, the slow speed kind of being only a few knots below to risk stalling and VNE being only a few knots above, that really narrow flight envelope. When you turn, that flight envelope collapses on itself even more. There's our ding ding, the Scottish information Charlie. Okay, the winds have got even worse. Jesus, that's actually pretty horrendous for a change. I'll grab that for you in a minute. Scottish Control, good afternoon. Transavia 6961 737 800 with Charlie inbound Untal, flight level 360.
Transavia 6961, Scottish Control, hello, it's the Agped 1 Echo arrival. Descend when ready, flight level 200.
Agped 1 Echo arrival and descend when ready, flight level 200. Transavia 6961, hello. So that's set. VNAV path's now active. Top of descent, we've just reached. Let me get that METAR for you. And I'll put it into the live chat. That's going to be interesting. So I'm going to...
Shuttle 8 Whiskey, descend flight level 90.
It's now a crosswind of 8 knots.
Flight level 90, Shuttle 8 Whiskey.
Master caution. Air conditioning. Off scheduled descent. No, it's not. Let's clear that.
Scottish Centre, very good afternoon. Osprey 2472 with you, inbound NetAb, flight level 320 with information Charlie.
Osprey 2.
We'll monitor that.
Scottish Control, hello, Agped 1 Echo arrival. Descend flight level 260 to be level Agped.
Agped 1 Echo arrival, descent to flight level 260 at Agped for Osprey 2472.
Shuttle 8 Whiskey, route direct Tartan.
Direct Tartan, Shuttle 8 Whiskey.
Off-schedule descent. Descent is started before reaching the planned cruise altitude set in the flight altitude indicator. Choose one. Landing at the airport of departure. Continue normal operation. Not landing at airport of departure. Flight altitude indicator reset to actual airplane altitude.
Speedbird 69 Golf Lima, descend altitude 2000 feet, further descend on the glide.
There we are. So that's the QRH that I've just dug my head into
Speedbird 69 Golf Lima, thank you.
for the arrival.
Speedbird 69
Just
Golf
to
Lima,
make
runway
sure.
24,
Becky,
wind
welcome.
160 degrees, 11 knots, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24, Speedbird 69 Golf Lima.
So as we're descending further, I'm going to give it a few. We'll see if that master caution comes back on, but we get to sort of 270, I'll press it. Off schedule descent. Yeah, so we're not going to fix that. Well, that's fine. We might have to get engineering to take a peek. Packs are all on though. And the cabin pressure is holding, that's all fine. Cabin's depressurizing normally. It's just an erroneous warning there for us to consider. We've cleared the master caution though, just in case we get any extra warnings and cautions on the descent. Look at that.
Flight level 80, shut light whiskey.
How spectacular. How you doing, Becky? Living on a player, welcome as well. Went to make some breakfast, I was afraid I might miss the landing. Hell no. Tuned in at the right time. Passing Agped now. TAA, Christopher.
Shuttle 8 Whiskey, after tartan heading 010 degrees, vectoring ILS runway 24.
After tartan heading 010, was that clear for ILS runway 24, shut light whiskey?
Shuttle 8 Whiskey negative, it's going to be vectors for the ILS runway 24.
So we're actually expecting quite a nasty crosswind. Through all of this coming up, we're going to pop the icing on as well, the ice protection systems. D, hello. Yeah, if I'd have known or thought about it, we would have done that. But this is a great little route nonetheless. Probes on as well, good. Should get further descent. To be fair, it looks like we're kind of, with the clouds moving as well, kind of looks like we're going to go through this pocket. Or at least just tickle into a little bit of this cumulonimbus. Yeah, I bet Heathrow at the moment is an absolute blast to fly out of with the weather. Look at that.
Osprey 2472, descent flight level 200.
Stunning.
And speed 300 knots or greater.
Descend to flight level 200, speed 300 knots or greater for Osprey 2472.
Transavia 6961, descend flight level 160.
Descent flight level 160, Transavia 6961. Holy moly, David, yeah. I'm waiting for my bin to fly away. So that will lift up and smash through my window. That'll be a bad day. We've left an intentional discontinuity there. We'll have to be on heading mode for that one.
Scottish Control, good afternoon. Osprey 490, direct MPEP, flight level 260, and cleared the M1 Echo arrival.
Osprey 490, Scottish Control, hello. Descend flight level 260 on conversion, speed 290 knots.
Conversion
Look at that. Look at the clouds. My goodness.
Osprey 490.
Shuffle 8 Whiskey, 30 miles, runway 24, descend altitude to 4,000 feet, QNH 983 hectopascal.
4,000 feet, QNH 983, Shuttle 8 Whiskey.
We go to this view again. Love that. Love the colours as well now.
Shuffle 8 Whiskey, turn right, heading 015.
Certainly down below, that's just stunning.
Right, 015.
Contrasts, everything. I've done this, not this exact arrival, I've done the MPIP 1 Epo in real life into Edinburgh, and it's spectacular to see.
Thank you for service. Switching over to ground on Edinburgh.
Here we go. It's one change I'd like to see with the sim. I'd like to see Microsoft Flight Simulator allow that kind of cloud effect over the wings as we go through, like we're cutting through.
Ground at 121.75. Thank you for service once again, and bye bye.
Transavia 6961, descend flight level 120.
Descend flight level 120, Transavia 6961. 120, next frequency is going to be ground, Raphael, 12175. There we are, so we've got him tuned in and ready. I'm actually going to flick the ILSs both active now. 262, ooh. 241. That'd have been interesting. Got sidetracked by the views. 241. Okay, done. Set. Checked. 108.9. We're looking for 3-letter code down here to identify as ITH when it goes live. Look at the hills. Flatter lands off to the coast, mountains to the west. Look at us getting thrown around here.
Scottish Control, hello, this is...
That is incredible, look at that view.
Currently at flight level 320, heading direct to...
Oh, so good. Sim just gets good, better and better.
Control, hello, it's Agped 1 Echo arrival for Edinburgh. When ready, descend flight level 270.
When ready, descend to flight level 270, and could you please repeat the departure? Arrival, sorry.
Osprey 49er Mike, it's the Agped 1 Echo arrival.
An Agped 1 Echo arrival for Edinburgh, Osprey 49er Mike.
Brought our speed right down there. I'm going to go to speed intervention mode here.
Transavia 6961, you were given a descent flight level 120, descend now flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80 and yeah, just slight issue with speed there, Transavia 6961.
Shuttle 8 Whiskey, turn left, heading 270 degrees, cleared ILS approach runway 24.
Left 270, cleared ILS 24.
That's why you can't ever sit in the wing view for too long.
Osprey 490, descend flight level 170.
Descent flight level 170, Osprey 490.
Where's the arrivals? Max 250, max 230 at Tartan. So as long as we maintain that, that'll be fine. Which is now. Let's get the spoilers out. It's this wind, look at that. It's causing havoc on the aeroplane. Dougal McTavish, hello buddy, welcome, hope you're okay. How are you getting on? Been a while indeed. Great to see that you're diving back into the network as well.
Scottish Centre, Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra at flight level 260.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra, Scottish Control, hello, squawk 6270.
Standby instruments.
Squawk 6270,
Oh.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra, it's the Agped 1 Echo arrival. Maintain flight level 260.
David, because it was for some reason something happened with the speed where it began to want to decelerate to sort of approach speeds. So basically that levelled off the aircraft whilst it decelerated.
Osprey 49 Mike, descend flight level 200, on conversion, speed 270 knots.
Descend flight level 200 on conversion at speed 270 knots, Osprey 49 Mike.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra, say again.
Seems unrealistic, Christopher, but
Lufthansa 4 Tango
we won't
Sierra,
know
say
unless
again.
we've got a real pilot telling us. 18 miles direct. Edinburgh's over there somewhere. In fact, there it is, literally there.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra, no, that was not for you.
Okay, ignore that, Roger, Lufthansa 4 Tango.
Oh, in real life, D. Hi, flyer, welcome, buddy. Joining us as a bronze frequent flyer.
Speedbird 1907 Scottish Control, hello. It's input 1 Echo arrival and descent flight level 200 on conversion, speed 290 knots.
Okay, so we're in Tartan now. Do not proceed Tartan without ATC clearance. So back we go, 195. We'll do a manual hold.
Transavia 6961, turn right heading 025, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 983 hectopascals.
Right, 095, descend 4,000 and QNH 983 hectopascals. Transavia 6961.
Scottish Control, Ryanair 456, flight level 230.
Ryanair 456, Scottish Control, hello, Tunsa 1 Echo arrival, descend flight level 170.
That was badly timed. 4,000.
Transavia 1 Echo arrival and going down to 170 flight level.
I'm going to wind this down to 180 just because that's where I want to go next.
8 Whiskey, runway 24, the wind's 160 degrees, 11 knot, clear to land.
Runway turn off, that's all good.
Land shut late Whiskey.
Osprey 2472, descend
Pop those off.
80, speed 270
That
knots.
on. Get rid of the music, we don't need that, it's not going to help us.
Osprey 2470, 2472, sorry.
Osprey 490, descend flight level 90, speed 270 knots.
Actually,
Flight level 90 and 270 knots, Osprey 490.
is that 200 for now? 095, 4,000.
4 Tango Sierra, speed 270 knots.
270 knots, Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra.
Ryanair 456, turn right heading 090 degrees.
Right heading 070 degrees, Ryanair 456.
Speed breakaway.
Transavia 6961, turn left heading 020 degrees.
Left 020 degrees, Transavia 6961.
Osprey 2472, turn right heading 005.
So remember, we're lower than we actually realise at the moment. Hi Flyer, thanks for joining us as a channel member. Rotterdam version 2 is very nice, High Flyer, but if you're happy with the Asobo World Update 1, then there's you don't really need to worry about that. Let's go now to local pressure. Watch this altitude drop here from standard pressure, QNH 1013, to the local 983 hectopascals. Here we go. Look at that. High to low, down you go. through to 50 knots. Let's go to flap 5. Start to get
1907,
drag on the aeroplane.
160, speed 270 knots.
Descend flight level 160, speed 270 knots, speedbird 1907.
Transavia 6961, descend altitude to 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, Transavia 6961.
Osprey 2472, turn left, heading 360 degrees.
Left 360, Osprey 2472.
I'll use a little bit more spoilers here actually, let's get them out. Get that rate of descent
Whiskey,
down.
on Bravo 1.
Ignition mode's continuous.
Whiskey,
We'll do that now. Off schedule descent. We'll do a master caution check anyway. It's still air conditioning for the unscheduled descent. We'll push to reset.
Osprey 490, speed 250 knots.
250 knots, Osprey 490.
Osprey 2472, descend altitude to 4,000 feet.
200 knots.
983 hectopascals.
4,000 feet, QNH 983 hectopascals for Osprey 2472.
Osprey 2472, speed 250 knots.
Look at that.
250 or greater for Osprey 2472.
Very cool. Get rid of the spoilers. Rate of descent, we'll do 1200 foot per minute. Let's do 1000 foot per minute actually.
Osprey 49 Mike, speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots. Osprey 49.
That should have us in at 3000 nicely there. Just before we establish. Heading mode 020 is on collar, so that's on 30 degrees. Don't need terrain mode active at the moment. And we know what to do in relation to our missed approach. So make sure I've got my charts ready.
Transavia 6961, turn left heading 270 degrees, cleared ILS approach runway 24.
Left 270 degrees, cleared ILS runway 24, Transavia 6961.
Ryanair 456, turn right heading 105.
Right heading 105 around the property.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra,
Lap 10.
flight level 200, speed 250 knots.
Descending flight level 200, speed 250.
Control visualizers up for you guys. Spoiler or speed brake is armed. Rolling out on 290. Approach mode is armed. Dimitri, 60 frames at the minute in 4K on my screen. Should be 2K 60 for you. If you've got the facility for it as well. There's Edinburgh.
Osprey 49 Mike, flight level 200.
Osprey 49 Mike,
11 miles.
flight level 160.
180 till 8, 160 till 4 roughly, as a general rule.
Osprey 490, leave Tartan
241.
25, descend altitude to 4,000 feet, QNH 983 hectopascal.
3000 is set. Missed approach climb ahead, straight ahead to 3000 then as directed, so nice and easy for this one. There's the runway.
93 on the hectopascals. Osprey 490.
CMDB engaged.
Osprey 490, leave Tartan heading 025.
025, roger.
It's tab for a keybind, Neil.
Bird 1907, descend flight level 9.
Look at that crosswind. Whoa.
Descend flight level -0, speedbird 197.
Gear down, flat 15. That's Transavia 6961 is established 8 miles.
Transavia 6961, runway 24, the wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, clear to land.
Clear land 24, Transavia 6961.
Scottish Control, Osprey 490. What
How's that for a crosswind, folks? Whoa.
Osprey 490, altitude 4,000 feet.
4,000.
Lap 25, let's continue the deceleration. There's Edinburgh.
Speedbird 1907, turn right heading 010 degrees, vectors ILS approach runway 24.
Set. That's all good. That's all set. 241 on both. Bring out to 5 for now. Final stage of flap 30. Night Shepherd, very exciting.
Transavia 255, speed 270 knots or less.
A little bit of Edinburgh for us.
Osprey 2472, turn left heading 270 degrees, descend altitude 3000 feet, cleared ILS approach runway 24.
150.
Turn left heading 270, descend to 3000 feet, cleared for the ILS runway 24, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 2472, speed 180 knots.
My throttles.
180 or greater for Osprey.
I'm actually going to allow it just to sit above 150 at the moment. My controls will hand the flight in.
49 Mike, maintain present heading, report that heading.
Maintaining 300 for heading.
Osprey 49 Mike, descend flight level 150.
I've got my work cut out here, so do bear with me if I'm quieter than usual. I'm very much concentrating.
Osprey 49 Mike, descend flight level 150.
That's a terrible time for someone to ping me as well. That's throwing me off a little bit.
Osprey 490, descend altitude 3000
wow.
feet, speed 220
Flap 30
knots.
green, gear down 3 green, so it's nice and locked.
Osprey 490.
Speed brakes arms.
Speedbird 190,
Missed
descend
approach
flight
brief.
level 80.
Lands.
Descend
Whoa.
capital 80, speedbird 197.
Ryanair 456, descend flight level 160, resume on navigation, direct Tartan.
Going to 160 and direct shot on runway first.
A little bit of retrim there. Whoa. Fighting this.
Transavia 255, descend flight level 200, speed 250 knots.
Approaching minimums.
PO speed 250 knots and resist to level 200, 255.
Minimums. 30. 20.
Holding the flare.
10.
Reverse. Green.
2472, speed 160 knots, maintain until 258.
Oh my god, good luck to you guys flying in. We've bust Bravo there, so let's just go manual brakes.
Osprey 49er Mike, descend flight level 120.
Flow 120, Osprey 49er Mike.
That was hard work. Whew, let's go top right. Slight offset there on the arrival, look. But in the touchdown zone, no bounces. Nice, I'll take that.
Osprey 490, number 2.
Osprey 490, once established, speed 160 knots, maintain until 4 DME.
That is wild.
0 knots until 4 DME.
Affirm. Speedbird 1907, descend altitude 4000 feet. QNH is 1, correcting QNH 983 hectopascals, speed 250 knots.
Descend 4,000 feet, QNH 983 hectopascals and 240 knots, speedbird 197.
Osprey 49 Mike, turn right.
Hey, there's the windsock.
Degrees, descend flight level 100.
Good afternoon, Damo, welcome. Definitely not a 10 mark, I think maybe near to 9.
Osprey 49er Mike.
Transavia 6961's vacated Alpha.
Transavia 6961, contact to ground 121.750.
12175 ground, thanks Transavia 6961. Look at that. Edinburgh ground, good afternoon, Transavia 6961 is vacated Alpha, request taxi to gates.
Transavia 6961 Edinburgh ground, hello, continue straight ahead on Alpha, I'll call you back shortly.
I will go, continue straight ahead Alpha and await further. Transavia 6961.
Denmark ground, speedbird 69 Golf Lima, cleared Alpha to Oslo aircraft via Tango Lima Alpha 6 Charlie departure. Squawk frequency is 4420, and
so we don't know yet what we're going to be given for our...
Initial time 6000 feet correct and confirm squawk 4220.
Next. For our stand. Dylan, very nice. Hello. United.
Frank. 1122 confirm.
Thank you. Hello to you. United 353. Say 7 out of 10. Very nice landing.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Thank you very much.
0. Speedbird 69 Golf Lima.
Epic demo.
1122 confirm your speedbird 69 Golf Lima because you're showing up as speedbird 1122.
Hey, he's gone round. Gusts.
Can you repeat the message?
That's good. That's an early go around that. Love that decision making. Unstable. Try again. First sector, James of 2.
Ground Jet 27, stand 27, ready for push and start.
Jet 27, stand 27, push and start.
I fly, thank you. We'll see what happens on New Sky.
Break, Transavia 6961, Takeoff Alpha and Echo stand 1, Bravo.
Taxi Alpha Echo, stand 1 Bravo for Transavia 6961.
And push and start, face northwest, Jet 27.
1 Bravo. No follow me required. We will have Menzies.
Ryanair 5937, stand 19, information Charlie and board, QNH 983, requesting IFR, stand set.
Jolly Blue Giant.
And
there's that crosswind again, demonstrated by the next windsock.
You cleared to stand severely cross.
Hey, there's an Osprey on gate, love it.
0375.
So at the minute, Pyre Devco's Edinburgh, we're running at 50 frames per second in 4K. Very nice. 51 frames.
From the 5937, repeats correct.
Edinburgh ground, I will repeat the readback for you once again. This is speedbird 112.
So while I configure for the next route, I've got to do a bit on New Sky, a bit on SimBrief, a bit on Volanta, a bit on Navigraph, a bit on VATSIM's filing system. What we'll do is we'll position the drone camera out towards the runway to watch some of these hairy landings.
566 next, right onto my hold position.
Prisemo, so my new computer, it's the whole computer, is brand new. I got it from PC Specialist.
1556, can you repeat again? Should hold, shall I?
And Baptiste, I believe so.
1556. Just continue straight ahead on
Where's
Alpha.
Bravo? On Bravo.
Gotcha, continue to Delta.
All the way down the bottom. Opposite the TUI.
Shuttle 9 X-ray with information Charlie, stand 9.
There's the United. 7 out of 10. I'll watch your takeoff.
Shuttle 9 X-ray.
Dude, we're not really, more so vectors than anything else here, to be honest. Unless you're a small GA, that sort of thing.
Should be
it's not DLSS, it's TAA is what we're using, and frame generation on with DirectX 12. Osprey World Cargo, love it.
Gossip 1 Charlie departure, squawk 7610, shuttle 9 X-ray.
Edinburgh's busy.
Edinburgh ground car. There's Blue Max 7 Golf for Juliet on stand 4. With information Charlie on board, just going to request some IFR to Stanford.
Blue Max 7 Golf Juliet, actually delivery just came on 121.975.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how GSX handles the pushback here.
121.975, Blue Max 7.
At 1 Bravo. going to be a non-standard push, or it's going to be a bit of a funky one, I think. Let's turn on in.
Round jet, the 27 ready for taxi.
Just a 27 taxi Golf, Mike and Alpha holding.
We have no GSX guidance.
Runway 24.
We'll have to park ourselves.
Mike Alpha, Delta 3, runway 24, jet number 7.
We're our own pseudo-marshaller.
British Airways 1556, contact Scottish Control on 126.
Speedbird.
See you.
That's all good, that's all set. APU's on bleed. Check the gen. Probe heats off. Engines off.
So 1556 Edinburgh.
Menu,
this is 15,
FS actions, ground services, chocks.
Is it 1?
Click that across the stairs. It's stairs entry.
British Airways 1556.
And collision lights on.
It's Scottish Control on
Or off, rather.
126.3.
And then on New Sky, let's see how well we did. Get the window capture up. Moment of truth.
3, roger.
Probably, I'm reckoning near 9 out of 10.
Thank you for your services.
9.83, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that was my fault at the very beginning there. Got to turn the beacon lights on during the first element of our departure today. Started at Rotterdam. And then an off-centerline landing, look, ever so slightly, 0.09 deduction there.
Holding point, hold short of
There's the route.
Lima for now.
I'll take that.
Hold short where?
Hold short of taxiway Lima.
GSX. Oh look. It's like it's got itself confused.
7 Lima, stand 7 push and start as approved phase northeast.
Oh, that's weird. GS. No wonder we didn't have.
Did you mean 7 Tango because we're on stand 6?
There we are.
Ah, sorry about that. Shuttle 7 Tango stand 6 push and start as approved phase northeast.
Should eventually get that again. Far up, unless it crashes again.
Radar 14, what's the initial flight climb out of Edinburgh?
6,000.
Who's that? So actually, we've got a custom profile for this. It'd be interesting to see what happens with the baggage. So the punters should actually walk off down here. We'll have to. I'm actually going to wait and see. It's going to be interesting.
Chapter 27, contact Scottish Control on 126 with ACS.
We don't want a passenger bus. So that means it's not quite configured properly.
Ryanair 5937, stand 19, requested push to start.
Ryanair 593, stand 19, push and start is approved, phase northwest.
Push and start approved, stand 19.
Let's plan our next route. So, my flights, book flight, free flight, Osprey.
So wanted to, could you push back onto Mike?
Sorry, yeah. 3-2 Quebec apparently. So EGPH EHRD
So 1122
aircraft.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, it sounds like it's not working properly that.
So 1122, are you able to push back onto Mike, basically at holding point Mike 3 around that?
Absolutely, but it is very long pushback for us.
Yeah, if you are able to do that, then push on start is approved, if not hold position.
How many more arrivals have we got? Do we know? Heading sim brief at the moment on my second screen, so I can't quite monitor the live chat. I'm trying to be super speedy.
Actually, stand by. Hold position. I'll call you back shortly.
Okay, Speedbird 122.
Yeah, brilliant. So they've not configured that properly. It's a shame.
Mike 3, on his way.
Should be a walking stand. Start a new flight, add a flight plan, check sim brief.
Edinburgh, ground of the 1011, ascent 103, requesting push back and start.
After 1011, I did not give you IFR clearance, so tell me when you're ready to copy.
You have the IFR clearance, just need to push back and start.
Ah, sorry, of course, deliveries on. Send 11, correction, send 1.
Let's have a look. We've got a few on final, haven't we? So let's go drone camera.
Ignore, after 101.
Edinburgh ground, good afternoon. Speedbird 1907 is at holding 1 Bravo, requesting taxi to gate with no.
So there's the touchdown zone. While I sort this out, dispatch my flight plan.
Taxi via Alpha and Foxtrot for stand 14 EV1907.
Flight level 390 apparently for the way back, which is pretty mega. Route for the second leg, Res, is inside Discord server, buddy. Oh my god, look at that crab! That was wonderfully done. My goodness, I think that was possibly one of the best landings I've seen in a little while. That the control on the touchdown, little drift away from the centre line there, but that was incredibly well done. My goodness. Top marks there, that was good effort. Lights, unload, import from Simbury.
Ryanair 5937 requesting.
I'm going to disconnect quickly. Transavia 32 Quebec is our new call sign. Reconnect. It's going to load in all the pilots around us.
I'll call you back shortly.
And our new flight plan for the way home. So Volanta is done. Where's the outfit plan? Is there an Iberia there before?
That's break 490 short Lima.
Got one on final. EGPH to EHRD.
So 1122 confirm pushing back.
Edinburgh ground, operator said Gilly Mike stand 3, he's fully ready for push and start.
Hey, it's John.
So 272 Mike, get correction, Edinburgh ground, hello, roger, hold position, I'll call you back shortly.
Wow, look at that crab.
Hold position, operator said Gilly Mike.
Runway's on the left of the screen, he's actually pointing towards the terminal now, on short final.
So 1122 confirm pushing back.
Yeah, we're pushing back at the moment. We have some problem with the dispatcher, but we are on the way at my on my grid.
So we'll get this one in, and then we'll zip back into the aeroplane, start beginning to configure for the next leg, and we'll try and float back and forth between the touchdowns if we can. Mark, yeah, it just needs a custom GSX profile for it to work a bit better. Oh my god, look at that.
Brunner 593 Taxi Golf, Mike and Alpha holding point. Correction, holding
You're
point
sacked. That was smooth.
Runway 24.
Hey, that was great. We've had some fantastic touchdowns so far.
Mike and Alpha.
Okay, there's another one on about our 8-mile final, so down here, turn our head to the aeroplane, 32 Quebec. Where are we? So, fuel.
Edinburgh ground, hello, this is Osprey 49 Mike requesting taxi to gate.
6211.
Edinburgh ground, hello. Taxi Alpha hold at holding point Alpha 12.
Alpha hold at Alpha 1, Osprey 49 Mike.
Osprey 49 Mike confirm hold at Alpha 12.
Oh, hold at Alpha 12.
234.
Edinburgh ground, Osprey 1011. We take taxi runway 24.
That's a bit better. Zero fuel weight,
Okay,
57.1.
1011 Roger, stand by, call you back shortly for taxi.
Which gives a gross weight of 63.4 with the fuel on.
490 taxi Alpha and
We've got to go to clearance delivery as well. 121975. Oh, it's Sam.
490.
ED419, Sam 200 with information Delta, pressing icon turn to Delta.
Just coming into view, so we've still got a few more seconds. So fuel, payload, route,
good afternoon. Creative Belfast,
G, Papa, Hotel, Echo, Hotel, Romeo, Delta to load the company route.
ED419, can I have my
Activate.
0516.
32 Quebec.
ED419 cleared to Belfast via the Gotham 1 show departure, squawking 0516.
ED419, are we back correct?
Dollar, Agped, Dolas, 603 to Lamso,
Can I just do a radio check, please?
readability 5.
Thank you.
Gross weight, zero fuel weight 57.1.
Delivery, easy 1956.
Bin res and alternates 2.1.
Easy 1956, number 2, stand by.
.390, execute, quick check. Here we go. 2 on finals, bam bam. Good timing. Mikhail, that's John.
Contact, Edinburgh Grey 1.75, have a good day.
Stuart, hello. Go to the website britishadvocate.com/Osprey-Airways and all the data, all the information is there for you. Nicely tackled, very smooth actually there. Good work. GSX, how's this going? It's like GSX has crashed again. Very weird. It has crashed again. Just gonna go and explore something here on my files. I've never known it to be so unstable. Yeah, we've got the Right, here we go. That's an immediate departure. I'm actually going to switch my GSX profile out because QATL has crashed again, weirdly. So I'm very quickly trying to swap profiles. App data, Virtuali, GSX, MSFS. Let's get rid of that one. Paste this one in. Start QATL again. Sim brief OK. We'll have boarding. Menzies. Let's get our clearance. Magic, hello, your winds at Heathrow are crazy. Oh, Ian says, don't believe it. Not a crash to desktop, but a freeze. Oh no, at what point? Oh, frozen on downwind. How does that affect New Sky? It doesn't. So you can go in and follow the steps to recover your flight to continue. Oh, oh, oh. Bash, oh, skirt. Oh, spicy. Basically, you can follow the steps on their client. It will tell you how to get everything else set up so that you can recover from where you left off. But you can, if you don't want to do that, you can instead just ditch it, and after 40 minutes, it will forget. It will forget it. Information Delta. Edinburgh delivery, good afternoon. Transavia 32 Quebec on 1 Bravo with Delta 737-800. Request clearance to Rotterdam.
Two stations, I got Transavia 32 Quebec, standby. Transavia 32 Quebec, clear to Rotterdam, Tower 6, Charlie departure, squawk 7346.
Cleared Rotterdam, Tower 6, Charlie departure, squawk 7346, Transavia 32 Quebec.
Transavia 32 Quebec, we're back correct. Who was the other aircraft calling?
Ryanair 262 for Stansted.
7346, happy days, that's what we're already squawking.
Stansted, Gotham 1 Charlie departure, squawk 6205.
Runway 24, Tower 6 Charlie.
Delta 1 departure, squawk 6205, Ryanair 262.
Overheads, 390.
Easy 1956, contact Edinburgh going 121 decimal south, have a good day.
Another touchdown.
Thank you, bye-bye. Oh, it's Easy 419 negative.
Easy 49, roger.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Sierra at holding point Bravo 1.
You're on the wrong frequency, buddy. Contact terrain 121.
Res, we're on clearance delivery. Wow, look at that crab. Another Transavia coming in from Rotterdam. Yeah, Mike, literally 2 days ago. Literally 2 days ago I said I never get this departure from ATC, this Tower 6 Charlie, and then look what happens. Although I did caveat that though afterwards, that if we were heading towards sort of Spain, that direction in, wow, look at that, that direction in Europe, then we would be given it. Woo! It's flying sideways, look at that! That looked absolutely spiffing for a touchdown. Great effort. He's pretty much on that centre line as good as you can be in this weather as well. Top job. Yeah, it could be the last one. Okay, so back to the pre-flight planning. Ian, no worries, buddy. Have a good night then, mate. Sorry about the crash to desktop there, or the lockout. 23324, 6.3, 537, cruise 3901. Departures input. The arrival that we're going to have today is Lamso 3 Romeo. ILS 24. I think it's was it the ILS Zulu? I have to just double check here in our Discord server to see what we've popped in there. Yeah, ILS Zulu 24 via Massos. Lamso 3 Romeo. That's our arrival into Rotterdam sorted. Route. No, legs. Winds request.
Rhino 262 is ready for push and start.
Rhino 260, contact Edinburgh in 121.75, have a good day.
Ground 121.75. Thank you.
Okay, so going to run the data in VAS Airplane Toolbox, see if we've got an approach.
8409, contact Edinburgh in 121.75, have a good day.
Contacting 122.175 for 8409, have a good day.
So flap 5, assumed temperature of 40 apparently. Can't see anyone on final, we've got the Osprey departing there though. So down here, back to the planning. Where's that M1 limit? There we go. So it's going to wipe our speeds now. Cell temp of 40 assumed. And takeoff 24k profile 1. We'll go for climb profile 2 to smooth it out. And there's our new speeds. 144 would give us 154, 241. Initial climb is on the Tulla 6 Charlie, 6,000 feet. Like so. We put the flight directors on. Auto brake back to RTO. Very conscious of the pressurization fault that we had now. Look at that, that's much better. If we just sit back here, I want to get a screenshot of this. This is what it should have looked like. As we were boarding. Creepy looking people. There goes the Osprey. Look at that. That's much better. Voting alloy, I have no idea how to get VR to work, to be honest. So that's what it should have looked like. GSX profile. They're walking out of the terminal to the aircraft. Although here they look like they're kind of appearing from here, which is a little bit lazy. But he might be the last guy, actually. Yeah, he might be the last last chap. Those two. So, there you go, 3 screenshots on Volanta already. But we can begin, or continue our pre-flight planning. To be fair, actually looks like we're there. So let's look at the departures and everything else then for us. Voting allo, it's GSX. On Navigraph then for the charts. We're down here, stand 1 Bravo here at Edinburgh. Pyre Devco's fantastic Edinburgh airport scenery. Payware from Orbex. We're going to push start facing north on Echo. A bit of a weird pushback actually. It'll be interesting to see how the custom pushback works with this. Up on the main apron, we'll probably get out via Echo 1, right Alpha, down to hold point Delta 1, runway 24. From there, taking off, runway heading 241 degrees initially, past the Edinburgh NDB, frequency 368, at 7 miles from the threshold marker for the ILS, so the lock DME 1089. We're going to turn southbound 165 degrees, climbing up to 6,000 feet towards Tala VOR 113.8. So that's 6,000 there on Scottish control. Climbing up and away towards Newcastle. Passing over Newcastle, down towards the Norfolk coast before heading eastbound over the North Sea. Down to Lamso, where we cross into the Netherlands airspace, into Massos. On the Lamso 3 Romeo arrival, expecting runway 24 for the approach. So Lamso down to Massos at or below flight level 60 for the initial approach fix. And then the ILS Zulu, which is going to look like this. So Massos crossing over the departure path to Kako. 3,000 feet or 2,000 feet. Mandatory 2,000 at Rewick. And then a very tight turn into Atvit for the approach, which is going to happen very quickly. Atvit is already only 9 miles from touchdown, as we are rolling wings level, gear down, getting all the flaps, everything all configured for the arrival back in. And it's below sea level here at Rotterdam for our arrival too. Missed approach is going to be runway heading to RD214, off to Doffmu for the hold. But first, Edinburgh. Andrew, good to hear. Logger.
It is a pleasure to have you today on board this Boeing 747-800 to Paris for the airport. For your comfort and safety, please put your small bags underneath the seat in front of you and the large ones in the overhead compartments.
14:20. So a few more minutes left to go. Delta Tango, welcome buddy.
In order to facilitate this smooth voting, may I please ask you to take your seat as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Res, yes, clearance delivery for your clearance. Clues in the name. Basically then they'll give you your clearance, everything you need, so squawk codes, any QNHs that might be in place. Make sure you read it all back, make sure it's set it all up correctly as you need to, and then once you're happy, eventually when you're fully ready, you'll tell them you're fully ready. They'll then pass you to ground, who will then give you your push to start taxi. Then you'll go to tower or whoever else is looking after tower. So it's that top down rules that I've covered in my VATSIM tutorials a few times. Let's clear that. Squawk code is set. 368 I think it was, wasn't it? Yes. We'll flag that on to ADF1 and we'll get our pushback. Oh yes, look at that. We've got a Osprey 146 there. Epic. Delivery Transavia 32 Quebec, stand 1 Bravo, fully ready.
Transavia 32 Quebec, contact Edinburgh 11.75.
Contact ground 12175 Transavia 32 Quebec. Cheers.
Who was your rotation calling, sorry?
Yes, Transavia 6 is ready for taxi to Takeoff.
Easy 1956, roger, hold position, I'll call you back shortly.
Living on a player.
Proceed full position.
You know what the answer's going to be, don't you? I've already done
Shuttle
PMDG tutorials.
Foxtrot and Alpha holding point Delta.
Got a whole suite of them.
24.
Mitchell, I saw your crash log the other day. I deleted the flight plan, hope you don't mind. It was £1 million loss, we couldn't handle that with lack of money in the coffers. GSX.
After T7 Juliet Mike, after the aircraft in front is clear, taxi Echo and
so, Tug is going to get in place.
Delta 3 at runway 24.
I'll have to know what that is. Aura. Very cool. Edinburgh's busy. Surprised they've got no tower controller on.
Easy 19566, yeah, Echo and Alpha holding point Delta 3, runway 24.
Reese, no, probably not. Although, who knows? Never say never. Edinburgh ground, hello, Transavia 32 Quebec, on stand 1 Bravo, request push start.
Transavia 32 Quebec, Edinburgh ground, hello again. Stand 1 Bravo, push and start is approved, preferably straight.
Push start approved, I'll try straight, see what happens, Transavia 32 Quebec.
Quebec, just do what's best for your aircraft.
It's because you got, well mind you, it says push back straight. It's a custom profile. Let's do it. I don't, maybe there is inside the Orbex client. Oh, there you go. Base east. Straight push. The custom profile has it. Yeah, Mitchell, so if you ever get that, and you find that there's an... So this is a good point to make, actually, about... it's a good thing to mention about New Sky. So, I'll do it here very quickly. If you encounter any problems whilst flying, for whatever reason, there'll be a little toggle here, big button that says declare emergency. Just press it. And it will basically save you from having a 0 flight report. Bleeds, packs off. Anti-collision lights on, Nishima ground. Well, yeah, basically that will help. Let's get rid of the music. Engine 2 N1, watching it rise.
My frequency.
Fuel control lever run. So this is the custom pushback. Look at that. Very precise. Perfect.
Please set parking brakes. Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
It's a great little profile that I've just downloaded. Okay. Engine 2's good. Engine 1 ground. Yeah, no, Mitchell, it's fine. As long as you had fun, that's the main thing. But it's worth bearing in mind that emergency system on New Sky is there to protect your rating from being degraded for whatever reason. So if you find you have an engine failure, autopilot goes funny, something goes wrong on your aircraft and you struggle to control it for whatever reason, then either press that toggle for declare emergency, or down here squawk 7700, and it will, New Sky will then recognise that emergency squawk code and it will 0 your reports so that you won't have a loss, you won't get any penalties, all that sort of stuff. It's really, really useful to kind of use that feature.
Shuttle 9 X-ray, monitor Unicom on 122.8, yeah.
1228 Shuttle 9 X-ray, bye-bye.
Gens, let's check Gen 2, generating power. Gen 1, generating power. Probe heats on, voice recorder switch to automatic, happy days. No warnings there, that's all looking good. Ice is not required. Packs automatic, isolation valve automatic, APU bleeds off, engine 1 and 2 bleeds on. Pressurization panel system is set, and it's on alternate auto as well, just in case. Signs. APU off.
Osprey T7 Juliet Mike, monitor Unicom
Oh,
on
no.
122.8.
VNAV. He's just given us the ground pin.
Monitor Unicom 1228, Osprey 7 Juliet Mike, thanks for the ATC.
Set that. Transavia 32 Quebec, request taxi.
Transavia 32 Quebec, taxi via Echo and Alpha, holding point Delta 3, runway 24.
Taxi Echo Alpha for Delta 3, 4.24, Transavia 32 Quebec. Just had to double check the shots there.
612 Unicom on 122.8, yeah.
Monitor Unicom 122.8, EG156, thanks for your ATC, it's been a busy one.
Okay, start the turn. Laps 5 in green. Transavia safety demonstration. Do some control surface checks as well. Happy days. We're happy with them. We could probably just double check that as well. Engine, good. Clear the bottom screen. We'll do a warning check, like so. Let's go. Fritz says there are about 75 people on Osprey Airways and New Sky that haven't yet done a flight. Oh, that's not good. We'll give them a few weeks and then we'll move them off. We don't want to swell the numbers just for the sake of it. If they want to fly, they can join again. It's fair enough, isn't it? It doesn't get any fairer.
Transavia 522, requesting mission start.
Transavia 522, hello again. Aston 522,
Stuart, it's Luke Ettel. All one word, it's the same cabin announcement tool we've been using for a couple of years now actually. It's still free. I'll put the name of it in the live chat. It's all one word. If you search for it on flightsim.to, you will find the link to the package there. Alternatively, you can go to lukeairtool.net and download it straight out, nice and easy. I've forgotten about the little turn in the taxiway.
Fly 8719 after the Transavia Boeing.
I want to just make sure I've got this because I want to get that screenshot. Although there's now 2 aeroplanes in one, which has ruined the screenshot. Fantastic. Love that BA146. There's an aircraft we've not flown in a while. Although the last time I did crash it on one of the 2 sectors. Not ideal. Sledge, hello to you. Welcome. There goes a Ryanair. An uncanny smooth departure. Sledge saying, man, 2K stream and viewing from Oz with no lag. Impressive. That is impressive actually, the other side of the world. Hope you're enjoying the extra juiciness to the stream, buddy, as well. Just need to reset the camera. 2 and 7 for that one.
Roger, 522, start up the bridge.
Roger, start up the bridge, thank you very much. I'll leave them back with you.
Res epic. Edinburgh's looking incredible here at the moment as well. Ori Devco Edinburgh in 4K on my sides. I have to check the rudder trim here. Big old Virgin A330 down there. Ashton, it's a very good question. So it depends on the aircraft. If you're in an Airbus, it kind of counts that for you. So you just keep the stick straight and it keeps the wings level for you as best as it can. You might have to make little adjustments if it does kind of let the wings drop for whatever reason. However, in the 737, if we've got the wind as we had on arrival, so we basically switch the aeroplane's position around 180 degrees, so we're facing the direction of our takeoff today, same as where he's now facing. We're going to get the yoke, we're going to look at the windsock, and if the windsock shows the wind's coming in from the left to the right, we're going to get the stick into wind.
On 121.975.
Edinburgh Tower, 1187.
Okay, Tower 250, ready for taxi.
Itero 250, taxi Foxtrot and Alpha
Ready.
Delta 3, runway 24.
Sorry, could you repeat for 250?
Itero 250, taxi Foxtrot and Alpha, holding point Delta 3, runway 24.
So basically, if we were taking off in the direction we're pointing in now, we would have the ailerons into wind. So in this case, if we were taking off on the opposite direction, heading out towards the water, the stick would look like that. Lee, I wouldn't worry about that, buddy. These things happen. I've just done that myself as well. It's all about trying to find the right balance on departure to keep those wings level as you rotate. So the more rudder correction you have, the more aileron in this that you might need on departure as well. Pilot Bailey, hello. What's your system spec?
Transavia 32, Quebec, contact tower on 118.7, yeah.
4187 for Transavia 32 Quebec, see ya. That's tower. And then we'll have him for a little while, and then looks like Unicom 1228. So let's tune him in, ready. Delta 3 is this Cat 2 ILS, Cat 3 ILS hold point there.
Osprey 27 Juliet Mike, winds 160 degrees 9 knots from a 24 clear takeoff.
There's John.
Clear for takeoff, Osprey 27 Juliet Mike.
Ah yes, Dougal, that's a good point. Pilot Bailey, have a look at FSU IPC, make sure it's up to date, because there was a few updates ago, a few versions ago, it was causing those weird stutters. Edinburgh Tower, hello, Transavia 32 Quebec holding Delta 3, ready in turn.
Transavia 32 Quebec, Edinburgh Tower, hello, roger.
So Delta 3 is our clearance limit on the ground. Michael's asking what PC I'm using. I've got a brand new PC, custom built, custom spec'd. We've got an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X CPU. One of the latest Asus ROG Strix motherboards, forget which one it is. My RAM is 64 gigabytes, DDR5 RAM clocked at 5200 megahertz, so my graphics card is a GeForce RTX4090.
Station call in, just repeat your message.
Radar 14 requesting return to Edinburgh.
Radar 14, roger, you're cleared for the ILS, report established.
Radar 14 cleared, ILS report established.
Ooh, who's that?
Ryanair 5658, winds 160 degrees 9 knots, we're 24 clear to land.
That's someone with an emergency.
Ryanair 565.
Osprey 27 Juliet Mike, no fare ATC, Motion Com 12.8, see ya.
1228, Osprey 27 Juliet Mike, thanks for the service.
Edinburgh Tower, Tower 250 is with you, holding Delta 3.
Tower 250, Edinburgh Tower, hello, roger.
Tower, good day, flight 8719, Delta 3 ready.
Flight 8719 Edinburgh Tower, hello, roger.
Pilot Belly, just go to, if you've got FSU IPC that is, then it probably need update if you're getting them stutters. Just go to the FSU IPC website. If you Google it, it'll be the first thing that will come up. Abba, hello. Don't you think that flying a different airline livery for Osprey on New Sky makes no real sense, like in terms of airline simulation? Yes, however, we are... Everyone else is flying along, most of them at least, with Osprey liveries, which is fine, which is good.
Radar 14, continue your approach for runway 24, your number 2.
That person there has got the emergency, it seems. But also, I don't want to then... I want to still be able to track it to show you guys the flight report at the end of our flights, end of our sectors. Nice, very nice touchdown. Yeah, I want to be able to show you guys that report, even though we're in a different livery. So this is somebody on a...
Radar 14, I say go around, acknowledge.
Radar 144,
I don't know what he's doing. It's either emergency or it's not. Oh dear, who knows? Hello Trixie, you're not late. We have another leg left to go, as Behind the Skies has pointed out to you there.
1956, flight Delta 1 light, runway 24.
Runway 24, you want to 56?
Runway 5658, welcome to Edinburgh. Contact ground on 121.750. See ya.
Ground on 121.750, Ryanair 5658, have a good day.
Big old queue at Edinburgh. Yeah, there's the spec in the live chat. Sledge saying, just found your video, watched your video to Haneda. Smooth as silk. Now I'm seeing it live, it's cool, keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Good evening to you in Australia as well. It's late for you guys.
Contact me when you're back on the ILF.
So, you might be thinking, why are we holding here at Delta 3? And that's because ground told us this is what we're cleared to. So there's a whole point over there, Delta 1, where that sign is, in line with that sign. We've not been cleared to line up there yet, so we've just been basically given clearance conditionally up to Delta 3, where we now have to wait.
Transavia 32 Quebec, behind the departing EasyJet, via Delta 1, line up runway 24.
Find the departing EasyJet via Delta 1, line up and wait behind Transavia 32 Quebec. Okay, at the hold, ready for departure. Reset rate down here. Pop that on RTO. We're going to pop taxi lights off, landing lights on, runway turn off lights on. Strobe, boss lights, strobe and steady. Lights, signs, bleeds and packs. Traffic mode is already on. That whoever that is doing another weird pattern. I can see he's way too close in that airliner. He's there on TCAS. Less than 2 miles. It's too short for a final. Ori, hello to you. Congratulations, you've done your first Osprey Airways flight on New Sky. How did you find it? Get control visualizer up. Aaron, was that you, was it? Love it. Peace. So, I haven't used replay in a little while, to be honest, buddy, but when I do tend to use it...
Yeah, radar 14, you can go around again. Make sure you're following the standard missed approaches and not intercepting on a 2-mile final.
He's trying.
956, no further ATC available. You want to call 122.8, see ya.
Oh, John, that's is that why you departed ahead of us? Oh, I hope not. Look at that. Osprey BA146-300s. We've got an Alitalia, 2 Transavias, a Ryanair in the backdrop, Virgin in the backdrop as well. Another Transavia. I can see an Osprey tail taxiing out down the back there, and there's a Ryanair Scare just coming in. Someone's just crashed behind us apparently.
Transavia 3 Quebec,
Oh.
160.9 knots, runway 24, clear takeoff.
Runway 24 clear takeoff, but Transavia 3-2 Quebec. 40% off
Transavia 522, hello.
on the brakes. That's ITA, not Alitalia, sorry, ITA, MPS Gaming. Toga.
Flyer 8719, line up runway 24.
So,
Runway 24,
just getting that stick into wind, look, that aileron deflection there, as we maintain the centre line.
Taro 250, hold Delta 1.
Delta 1, 250.
Cross controls effectively, using rudder to try and maintain that centre line, aileron to hold the wings level as we rotate in a moment, as you're about to see.
Radar 14, we're in the ground. Loading up.
Okay.
There we go. Gusty, gear up. Woo! Gareth, welcome buddy. Thanks for subscribing. Into a 20 knot crosswind now. Wow. Gear levers up. Gear levers off. Auto brake off. CMDA engaged with LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust taking the reins.
6960 Edinburgh Tower, hello Roger.
And engine start switches off. Let's get rid of that.
32 Quebec, no further ATC, march to call 122.8, see ya.
1228 for Transavia 32 Quebec. Cheers, see ya. Bingo, climbing away. 390. Like so. Very flat retraction speeds. There goes the Firth Bridge in the background. We should get... Let's see. Oh yes, look at that. Gav Spears just come across the stream as well for the first time. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. Make sure you've had a little punt on 2K 60 frames per second for the output. Keep smashing the likes, folks, as well. Really appreciate it. Almost at 100 likes now. Should be turning southbound at a moment. Phase, how to get our custom cameras. Just go to flightsim.to and look for the British Avgeek custom camera pack. Altitude intervention, I'm going to press to bust all of those to climb all the way up. Yeah, I almost said 1,000, didn't I? And we're on the left turn. Would you consider doing a tutorial for crosswind takeoffs and landings, high flyer? We've just done one live. There's not much more to it. That's about it, really. I can do a bespoke video, though, of course. It's probably a nice idea. Might take me a few weeks. Definitely to help on New Sky. The biggest issue on New Sky, it seems, is tail strikes. You wouldn't believe how many people are smashing the tails on the runway as they rotate. There's at least 3 or 4 a day, which is crazy. Sledge, that's mega. How long did that take you? Did the run from Rotterdam to Edinburgh in European Truck Sim 2. Wow, that's incredible. How many stops were required there? Well, it's a good question saying, can you choose any flight level desired when on Unicom, or do you still have to listen and judge accordingly? So still try and listen as best as you can, work out whether or not you're going to have to intercept any departures, or any you might have issues perhaps with aircraft flicking around. You might have aeroplanes that might be sort of crossing over you, in which case then you'll wait. But otherwise, it's at least today ordinarily okay, nobody in the way, we can just continue our climb up to cruise. We'll just monitor as we climb. Landing lights off. Cabin pressure's looking good. Look at that. Oops. Pretty cool. Trixie, yes. It's our own livery that I designed myself a couple of years ago. We had our first aircraft painted with it to maybe I think it was about 2 years ago now, wow. And since then it's become a thing. Become a virtual airline, which is really cool. It's grown remarkably. It's great to see so many people enjoying Osprey Airways as well. So we've gone standard pressure, landing lights off. We should be good now up to cruise. Trying to put our screenshots onto Volanta. And it looks like we've got Unicom at least to Kingston, then we'll be on London Centre again, 1337 for a little bit, and then passed on to Unicom again for our arrival in. Look at those views, wow, that is absolutely spectacular. It looks real, doesn't it? Got a left turn coming up. Just have a quick catch up of what's happening in the front. We've got TCAS there, an aircraft below us now, which is good. So that means we've climbed above them. Happy days. We'll look for some contact though with him, see if we can spot him. In relation to our position, he's almost on the nose. So I think he's just below, actually, in the clouds somewhere now. Once we get to cruise, I might have to run downstairs into the storm, quickly get my bin out of the way, otherwise it's going to go blowing down the street. All the things to break immersionly. There. Dwal, thank you buddy, very generous of you. Appreciate the super chat, mate. Behind the Skies with talented livery artists like Demo Designs, who you can find on Fiverr as well. MPS Gaming loving the new PC, it's incredible. Mike says it's great being on VATSIM on a random flight and hearing the Osprey call sign. Yeah, I bet that's a cool feeling.
Thanks for the answer, Luke. $5 for a coffee of Loki Dog Chew.
Oh, he's gone offline north. Looks like we're back to Unicom then. All the way. Ori, I have done recently actually a flight to Tel Aviv, or out of Tel Aviv in fact. This looks great, even the smoothness of the camera rotation is making my credit card sweat. Oh dear. Love it. Look at that. Nick, I like GSX now. It was a bit messy at the start. Some of you remember I had some choice words to say about it. But now we've got more custom profiles. It's had a few updates as well. It's actually become almost a mandatory item for that level of immersion that you might want to chase in the sim. Okay, so that's all looking quite good, quite tasty. We'll go back to that view because that's one of my favourites, especially with the views. I'm going to go quickly save my bin, I'll be right back, but enjoy the views, there's plenty to see. You wouldn't believe it, they've not even collected it yet. They've driven past it and gone around a corner. Oh dear. Living on a Player says, as a graphic designer, I love the clean look that they have. The Osprey liveries, they're pretty lovely, aren't they? I can say so myself. Thank you to everybody who's hit the thumbs up as well. We've got over 107 likes now, that's fantastic. John says, I severely veered left on takeoff. Hopefully my wheels had left the runway before it happened. I'm sure it'll have been fine. If not, there's one heck of a fee coming. Sledge says, how did we come up with the idea for the name Osprey Airways and the design of the livery? So the design I ended up just... Sounds ridiculous, but the original design actually started on my phone with my finger. So I took a picture of an A320, a side profile of a blank white one, and I hand drew how I wanted it to look. And initially, the very first livery that we had was Tommy HBK with the British AvGeek wording on the side of it instead of Osprey. What we ended up getting instead was a discussion with the livery designer at the time, where they thought it wouldn't be a good idea to have the text over the front, over the windows. And I was like, no, that's exactly what we want. Make it, we'll see how it looks like on the plane in the sim. And it looked really cool. And then as we began to kind of grow, this was like 2 years ago now, isn't it? Some of you guys remember. As the channel began to grow and the community behind the channel grew even more, we decided to sort of turn it into a little bit of a virtual airline and get our own call sign on VATSIM reserved and all that sort of thing. So we threw out a few ideas from people. We had quite a few options actually, didn't we, for channel members to vote on. We had Midland, Osprey, I'm trying to remember what the other options were now. Midland, Osprey, and a couple of there was 2 others as well, I think. 2 other options for a call sign choice. We had a selection as well to choose for the ICAO code, which we've gone with BVX. Wow, look at those cumulonimbus. Look at that. They're massive. So Osprey ended up being chosen by the community. BVX, the 3-letter ICAO code that we use on VATSIM as well, that was chosen. Yes, Fritz, good shout. So, we mentioned earlier, if you run into problems on your flight, and you're flying for Osprey Airways, and you think, you know what, this is going to go horribly wrong, I'm probably going to crash, or something goes a bit rogue, like you've smashed the wing off the runway during takeoff, or during landing, and you very quickly have a bit of chance to navigate to the New Sky app. You'll see this big red button here saying declare emergency. If you press that, it will give you a clean slate. So it will protect your pilot rating, your scores, all that sort of thing. And then from there, it will also simultaneously protect the airline's rating and the virtual finances within the economy of New Sky. TCAS, he's 1,000 above. Where is he? There's a plane there, there's an aeroplane. Probably him actually. John's up ahead. Yeah, we've got some huge ambles, in fact. First time I think I've seen them in that much clarity in the sim, to be fair. Yeah, a lot of icing and some insane turbulence through those. Absolutely mandatory to have icing protection on through that sort of cloud. So, descent forecast. We can fetch the Rotterdam METAR, and I'll put that in the live chat. QNH there is 997 hectopascals. There we are, that's set, so we can pop that in. And we've got the arrival already input as well. ILS Zulu 24, Lamso 3 Romeo arrival via Massos. There we go. ...172 nautical miles to top of descent. Lovely jubbly. And in the live chat, the METAR. Ian, got it from PC Specialist. If you're interested though, let me know. What I can do is fire them an email and I can maybe push and see if people are looking to buy a whopper of a PC like this and spend a lot of money. I'll see if we can maybe negotiate a discounted rate. Perhaps, who knows. If you're interested anyway, just let me know. We'll discuss it on Discord. Okay, it's bin save time. I'll be back in literally less than 120 seconds. Boom, stop the clock. Weirdly enough, I went outside and basically found a whole load of sleet everywhere. So at some point in the last, I don't know, 30 minutes, there's been some insane amount of sleet drop on our area. About 2 minutes. I'm out of breath. I went sprinting down the stairs, slipped on the bottom step, almost killed myself. went through the front door head first. My goodness. Okay, so 360. It's only, yeah, we've got a little short stint at 390 in the cruise. Let's have a quick check on VATSIM as well to make sure I've not missed any ATC. Jolly good. Might have accidentally put the... oh, look at that. Might have accidentally put the METAR into vPilot's Unicom client. Oh dear. Gav says, where am I based? Do you mean Osprey Airways Virtual Airlines? That's based at Manchester. But otherwise based in Oxfordshire. Which is a pretty big place. Yeah, and I had to climb out of my Boeing seat, Mike. John says, did I see any of my Garden furniture? It's the expensive oldie stuff. I didn't actually, but I did see a cow in the sky shouting moo. Something about a lot of wind. Brum, nice. Same with John, and not too far from where I grew up. I'm a Midlander at heart. Right, VAS airplane toolbox landing, METAR, winds headwind of 17 knots for runway 24. Wow, and it estimates auto brake 3, full reverse at 59.9 tons. It can, Fritz, yeah. The Boeing seat could be a death trap if you're in a hurry. Worst case scenario, you climb out and you smash the yoke too much and disconnect your autopilot. Nick, yeah, I have an actual, well, it's a next level racing Boeing seat. Jeez, this wind is insane. Look at that. So good. Literally getting chucked around. So yeah, winds at the moment in Rotterdam 220 degrees at 17 knots. Variable between 180 and 250 degrees. All the nines. Few clouds at 3,400 feet. Temperatures 11 degrees Celsius. The dew point plus 4 degrees Celsius. QNH 907 hectopascals, so let's set that 997. There we go. Minimums for the approach. We had a little look, didn't we, prior to departure today. Flying in from Lamso, 157 degrees to Massos. Initial approach fix there, 6,000 feet ish. Crossing then the departure path and the missed approach path from runway 24 at Rotterdam, descending down to 3,000 feet at Kako, 2,000 feet at Rewick, and then there's a little one there, 354 degrees, 2.7 miles to Romeo Delta 203, then again another sharp left turn, 3.8 miles, 264 degrees to the initial fix at bit for the final approach to the ILS into Rotterdam. We need to tune some frequencies. 110.9er. Let's see if I can do that actually. Multitask so you can see it on both screens. VOR actually is active at the moment, so we'll do 110.4. Let's hope you've all got lids for your coffee. 110.4 Rotterdam. 110.9er. My god, this is turbulent. 1104. I'm actually missing the buttons because of the bumpiness. 1109er. There's nothing else we need to really kind of tune there. So then our attention turns to the nav course. 2, 3, 6. Nav 1 and 2. Auto brake 3. And then landing, 2,200 meters runway. We'll be lucky to get off of Victor 3 with these winds. I think we're probably going to end up vacating Victor 1 at the end. If we're lucky, Victor 2, that short taxi in onto the apron there. But who knows? We'll just see how it all pans out. Really, it's hard to predict with the weather. But that's the bit we have to get right. We can add some fixed rings. Runway 24. We'll do 9 miles again. And we'll do 4. Rez, yeah, watch my ILS tutorials, but also if you actually watch during these live streams, I talk everybody through it every time. Yeah, there's a link in the description, as Fritz has said, if you want to go and have a look at the Next Level Racing Boeing seat. It is a whopper. It's 100. Oh, it's 76 kilograms, I think it is, in total weight. Mark says, is there any way to export your own data from New Sky or have a running total of your own earnings for the airline? I don't think so. Inside New Sky, if you go into the bit that says flights, it will show your last number of flights. I think in a 30-day rolling period, you could probably punch it into an Excel spreadsheet if you wanted to monitor that. Rez, that's because this has a multi-mode radio. So it's the exact same space here. You've got 2 radio frequencies. One on the right hand side is the standby. Where the numbers are in this, you have a display there. So basically, you have what looks like this comms frequency selector here below. It works the exact same way. Instead, you're tuning the nav frequencies instead. If that helps. Minimums for the ILS, we need to set that. Getting sidetracked. Easily done. 204 degrees. Sorry, 204 feet. Happy days. Nice and easy. Only a few clicks. And then our speeds. What did it say? 59.9 tons, didn't I? So init ref. 59.9, 142. I'm tempted with these winds. Let's pull that metal once more, I think. Yeah, let's have another look at this. EHRD. 17 knots. Right, I'm going to go wind correction plus 10. 142, so it's going to be 152 approach speed. So we're going to fly the approach 10 knots faster instead of 5 knots faster because of the variable speeds being 17 knots that might dip from being a crosswind to a headwind. So we could have that constant headwind at 17 knots, but the second if that flicks and veers into a crosswind, then if we're only doing 5 knots above our final approach speed as we cross the threshold, that VREF, we could end up stalling. So instead we'll correct the wind by 10 knots instead of 5. That does again mean that our energy on approach is going to be different. We're also going to have to be very, very careful with speed management. Jeff, great to hear. Landing pressurization panel, that needs to be set to 0 because the airport elevation of Rotterdam is about minus 15 feet below sea level. Can't see anyone else either. Gonna have a quick punt on Volanta. We've not really explored that too much today, but here we go. I'm going to put some of these screenshots on. They keep failing because they are 4K screen grabs. We're just passing south of Grimsby there as we fly towards Norfolk. Wells next to the sea. Been there. Had beautiful fish and chips on the beach last summer. No. Yeah, it was. Wow. Dolus over the North Sea. And then down towards Rotterdam. We're on Unicom in this big patch of airspace here, so that's not too bad. Makes it easy for us. As we said before as well earlier on, if you are just tuning in, it's worth noting, I suppose. If you haven't already got it, do check out my free 737 checklists. I've done one for the Fenix A320 as well. Most of that is applicable to the Flyby A32NX as well, to be fair, similar type. Most of it's the same. And I'm working on some other aircraft checklists as well. That one is version 3. It's now completely revamped, reformatted, fixed a couple of typos and things as well. Cornelius, no, sadly not. It was for departure, but it's clearance delivery. So we need Rotterdam Tower or Amsterdam approach online to control us there. You can download the 737 checklist for free on flightsim.to. Similarly, it's also on the very bottom of the PMDG tutorials part of the website, britishavgeek.com. You go to the tutorials tab, PMDG 737, scroll right down to the bottom, you'll see the checklists down there. I haven't actually, Ian, no. Let me guess, you forgot to start the flight on New Sky, right? Dear oh dear. Nick, as a passenger, I think you have a slightly more pleasant experience as Airbus. If you're flight simming and you want to be immersed, you want to be busy and everything else, Boeing. Look how busy this aircraft is in comparison to the A320. There's so much to do and manage, maintain, monitor. There is Flight Sim Gamer, yes. Sledge, is an ILS frequency always an odd number and a VOR frequency an even number? No, they're different frequencies though. They'll operate at slightly different frequencies. Although I say that, Rotterdam's ILS is 1109, but the VOR is 1104, so you could get those two easily confused. Joey, just the one flight. As long as you fly accurately and fly well, you'll score near to 10. You'll get like an 8.5 to 10. Obviously, if you get a 10, you've flown perfectly well, and then you can join. Again, as a reminder, all you've got to do is press the declare emergency if you're flying for Osprey, something happens to your aircraft and you think you're going to crash, you lose an engine, whatever else might be going on that's going wrong, just press that declare emergency button and it will void anything that's happening to protect your rating and the airline's rating as well. That is Norfolk. In fact, Wells next to the sea is there. It's that tiny little town. There it is. Great fish and chip shop on the beach, on the coast there. Actually, is that Wells next to the sea? Hold on. Let me backtrack here. Got to try and find. Potentially, actually, it's right on the nose. Of course, we're not going to be able to see it, are we? Brilliant. Three, four, five, six. Yes, that's Wells next to the sea. Yes, because there's a big old road there, and then there's a coffee shop on the edge of the beach as well. Ah, top of descent coming up. So we'll set 3,000, aim for that continuous descent all the way down. Water brakes, MCP panel, everything else is done. Approach is briefed, missed approach is briefed. Landing elevation is set. VREFs, minimums, local pressure set. 236, 236, the ILS is 1109er, they're both set as well. And we'll pop the VORs onto standby so that they can pick those up. Dwell says Betty's Fish and Chips at Walberswick is the perfect East Anglian meal location. Not been there. Nick Official, I've done quite a few flights to Australia, to be fair. Joey saying the BDSF Osprey livery looks mint. Great to hear. Sledge, it depends if there's violence involved. Hopefully not. High flyer. On descent. Yeah, as you cross 10,000, turn your landing lights on. If you're climbing, as you cross 10,000, turn them off. Easy round figure. Just remember, at 10,000, turn them off if you're if you're climbing. Turn them on if you're descending. Definitely not beach weather today, Mark. 100% there. I've not had fish and chips for over a year now. Master caution, air conditioning fault again. Unscheduled descent. We'll clear that because we know there is a problem with the sensor. We're basically running with a slight tripped sensor there. But all the fans are on automatic. Isolation valve is auto. Bleeds are on. Trim air's on. And the cabin pressure is good as well. And we're depressurising normally, so it's fine. We'll ignore the error. We'll make sure we clear it, because otherwise we get another warning. And we might not notice it if we've got two. We've got it illuminated already, basically. Depot Dolphin says Heathrow is crazy right now. Controller's given him a missed approach, then had the cheek to log off. Oh dear. Look up Shuttle 7 Tanguy on Volante, you'll see what I mean. Mark, I'm not sure actually. It's the first time I've experienced it today, to be honest. Remind me when we land to look at the failure page to see if it's an active failure in here. But we've looked at the QRH. And that isn't suggesting that there is a fault. In fact, I think... yeah, here we go. So I looked at the QRH here, the quick reference handbook. Off scheduled descent. Descent is started before reaching the planned cruise altitude in the set flight altitude indicator, even though we were achieving that. Choose one. Landing at airport of departure. Continue normal operation. That's not us. Not landing at airport of departure. Flight alt indicator reset to actual airplane altitude. No news on Phoenix version 2, sadly, Birdman. Sadly, that is what we're hearing, though. They're blaming it on a developer for the CFMs living in Ukraine, which is, I kind of get that, but it's frustrating nonetheless. 3-2. Let's try 30,000. Set that for a moment. I mean, ultimately, they've got to work around that. They can't just hold people on to unnecessary delays because of X, Y, and Z reasons, and then use it as an excuse to stall stuff. Seen it from others as well, to be honest. VATSIM Gamer, how do I join Osprey Airways? Two options. If you prefer the more casual approach, you like to fly offline, or you're not too fussed about flying as realistic as possible, then head to fshub.io and you'll find Osprey Airways there. If you want to go for the more realistic model where you get fined if you crash, wing strikes, tail strikes, you can pretty much bankrupt the airline, all that sort of stuff. It's a much more realistic model. Passenger simulation, they move around, everything else. Then do let us know. That is going to be on New Sky for that. What happened to my sound? I don't know. You are super quiet now, Fritz says. Is anyone else having the same thing? I mean, literally nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed on my settings. It's okay, good. It's good for you guys as well. Maybe it's just Fritz. You did go quieter, Ian says. That's super strange. I've not changed any settings. Wonder what's caused that. Just flicking around here at some of the settings to see if anything has changed. No, it's all the same. MPS Gaming said he had it a few days ago. He had to refresh YouTube's on his end. Interesting. Joey, I need a livery creator. I need a livery creator who has got the Kodiak, to be fair. Cool. I've just refreshed. I mean, I'm literally watching the stream on my own phone now, and I can hear myself fine, weirdly enough. So I don't really know. Maybe it's a YouTube server issue. EH, there's none of those on VATSIM, so we are going in blind. EHRD. Latest METAR then, 1455 Zulu. Air Marshal, fair enough. Yes, sounds like a YouTube thing that side. Danny, still got that GPU, the RTX4090? Yep. Pop the METAR in the live chat for you. Oh, Mark, fair enough. So it's low temperature plus the low pressure that we're flying through at the moment has caused that. That's fine. To be fair, I wound it down to 30,000 feet, look. And we've got rid of it. So try and wind Ian as well, I think. Was it saying he's got the same thing, or John, somebody mentioned it in the live chat a moment ago. Try and wind it down to about 2,000 feet below where you're at, and then you'll see. It certainly is, Danny, yes. Great find, Mark. Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 32 Quebec is descending through flight level 220, inbound Lamso 3 Romeo for the ILS 24 approach. Currently overhead, Lamso will report Massos, Rotterdam traffic. Yeah, Patrick, yeah, that's the next thing as well. I ended up buying a completely new computer. So the CPU that I've got is an absolute powerhouse CPU as well. AMD Ryzen 9 7900X. By the way, a bit of a show of hands. Actually, you know what? Let's start a poll. The heck? Some weird keybind stuff going on with Chrome. So here's a question for the poll, folks, that you guys get to vote on. A bit of a question to work out how much time I want to put into it as well, in a way. I want to know who here in the live chat uses my free aircraft tutorial checklists. Let me reword that. Checklists.
Rotterdam traffic, Osprey 270 inbound.
So that includes the two that I've got available, the PMDG 737 checklist and the Fenix A320 checklist. I want to know if you use either of them, or if you don't but will in the future, or if you don't at all because either you don't need to or you're not interested in them, because I'm working on some others and I want to know if I want to spend the time kind of creating them for free. I've also noticed SoFly are creating a checklist payware pack for Microsoft Flight Simulator. What I would say is you don't need to pay for checklists, folks. There are plenty that are free all over the internet, of various forms and kinds, including some of the real airline ones as well that have been generated over the years for the older aeroplanes. So don't pay for that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, you need a mid-tower, Ian. Amsterdam's coast, or well, the Netherlands coast, including Rotterdam as well down there. Yeah, D-Pod, so if you... I suppose the question for the yes answer would be, have you ever used one of my checklists? Because if you have, that counts as a yes, I suppose. I'm interested to know, because I'll be looking at the moment. I'm spending a lot of time creating one for the Mad Dog, and it's taking a lot of time. I think I've spent an hour on it today, just getting to push back an engine start on the checks. Danny says there's a complete 747-300 flight decks for sale for 36,000. Wow. Yeah, it does, Fritz. Have you committed them to memory? Eaglet says I'd love a CRJ checklist. There's a good shout. I could work on one of those as well. Living on a player, that's great to hear. Saying from someone new like myself, checklists like yours are a godsend. Couldn't do without them. They'll always be free as well, by the way. Birdman, just a different... well, I haven't really looked at the one in the EFB, to be honest, but you can have it on another screen just sat out, or you can print it. Quite a few people have printed the checklists. You can print it and refer to it as a paper checklist instead. They offer just a different flow. That's all. Hello, Tube saying, am I on TAA or DLSS? We're on DirectX 12, frame generation on, and TAA. No blurriness here. That's it, Matthew. So we try and create it onto double sides. The MD88 one might be a 3-page checklist, though. It's not ideal. That could be a great one for checklists, Joey. ATR. It's a little bit of a way of how I learn the aircraft myself, to be fair, as well. No, but it gives me better clarity. I don't need DLSS on the 4090. Good question though. At the moment, I've got my sim capped to a maximum of 62 frames per second at 4K, and it's just sitting at 62. It's on the cap. We certainly don't need to chase frames or let it run away any other way. It's fine as it is, like this. Two decel points coming up. One of those is going to be for 10,000 feet. We'll make sure we've got our charts ready for the approach. So we're doing that sort of crossover pattern. We'll be passing south of Rotterdam. Annoyingly, we've got that double scenery installed. Here, no, purely MSFS. So I don't know how Asobo's Rotterdam has reinstalled itself, because it was uninstalled last week. Certainly even checked that with my new PC. Somehow it's reinstalled itself. So we've we've got the Asobo Rotterdam plus RD Presets Rotterdam both spawned in at the same place. It does look a bit weird. Seatbelt signs, cabin pressure's good. Coming up to 10,000 feet now, so the speed's dropping off. Eight pages for Concorde, my goodness, Matthew. Mark says, I uninstalled the old Dublin and installed V2 then. Yesterday I noticed version 1 had reinstalled itself. No idea how that has happened. Weird. Not just me then. Lights. Signs already on. Cabin pressure's good. Icing's not required at the moment. Terrain mode, we don't really need to worry about terrain here into Rotterdam. Everything's flat and below sea level. So if that reaches 0, we're about to crash. That's basically the rule for today. Transition level is 4,000. High to low, down you go though. So flight level 40 is going to be nearer to 3,000 feet. Which is going to be messy on VNAV potentially. So actually, I'm going to set 4,000 on the MCP. Sensible, I think. Just keeping an eye on that speed at the moment because it's dropped below the VNAV's sort of preference of 240 there, so just watching that, keeping my eye on it. Adam, no, not sure when it's releasing. Second preview it seems. I mean, had they hit me up we could have done that last couple of days, but it is what it is. Missed opportunity there. I'd imagine it will be out maybe next week or this weekend. There you go. So Marcus, the designer, says this weekend perhaps. Might finally have to return to Gothenburg after a 2-year gap where I've actively avoided it because of how frustrating it is with all the statics and the mess that it is with version 1. Aircraft going towards the UK there overhead. Joey, just dive into it. Just dive into it. It's easier, much easier to go on voice than it is text. I do promise you that. Even though it seems like it's not the case. Islands of Zealand straight ahead. I suppose, do you mean these little bits here in the middle of the, or this whole body here? Exactly, Fritz. They also need to pull their finger out and update London City. Perhaps that's why they didn't talk to me about the upcoming Gothenburg though, because I've slated version 1 and I keep badgering on about London City being an absolute train wreck of a scenery. Someone's got to say how it is, even if it annoys them. Rex, you're fine, clear the warning, you'll be fine. It's a bug, it seems. Hey, they could have had me preview Gothenburg in 4K. Edinburgh is a great one to start with for new VATSIM pilots, absolutely. 5,000. Massos. Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 32 Quebec, crossing Massos inbound Caccord, descending 3,000 feet, QNH 997 hectopascals, Rotterdam. One final check of the METAR. QNH 996 now. Set that. Reverser's not working in PMDG, High Flyer, that says. I don't know what you mean there. We've used it on all our recent flights and they've been fine. I would probably check your keybinds, High Flyer. It sounds like an issue your end, buddy. Look at that, love it. There's the coast. Now we've got to focus on the approach. Let's set 3 now actually. So lights, signs, cabin pressure, basically just doing another check for peace of mind. Master caution reset. Bring that in. Rotterdam is over here somewhere. Can't quite see it yet though, still a little bit far away. Basically going to be flying around the departure, so underneath the departure routing. Sebo101, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. There's a couple of beach huts down there, look. That's proper nice. Very little, small, quaint village. No pretty Peter Pan, Sebo. Just, I'll say bog standard Transavia, but does it a bit of a disservice, doesn't it?
Mike overhead Caco, and we are downwind for left-hand ILS runway 24, Rotterdam traffic.
So we're going to have to be good with speed management here. Some nice ground features coming up. Rotterdam is there. There it is. So aircraft departing will be, where are we? 4,000. Let's go standard pressure now. Look at that altitude drop. Do 215. Bring our vertical speed down, 400 feet per minute. Robert, probably this weekend sometime. Look at that. Going to my favourite wing view there. That's pretty cool. Also this side. I'm surprised more of this sort of area doesn't flood, being below sea level. Flat 5. City of Glass, Ron. Hello to you. Good afternoon. Just flown over your village. Oh, high flyer probably would be a major delay, yeah. Sadly. Some little features down here. Look at this. Very, very nice. How are we doing? Speed still 215-ish. 2000 at Rewick. Coming up in 13 miles. It's a very nice approach indeed, Mark. Look at that. There's the airport. Very close to it. Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 32, Quebec is entering the downwind at Caco for the ILS 24. We'll report establishing.
Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 292, descending 3000.
2000, vertical speed mode. 400. 180. Is our next speed. Flaps 5 at the moment. We're going to go speed brake arms. Bring that round. 1000 below. 1000 above rather. This is all going to happen very quickly now. So I'm going to do modes onto continuous for the ignition. Cabin attends. Check. Quick check of the overheads. That's looking good. Pressure panel's good and set. Fuel pumps, lights, signs. Auto brake 3. Speed brake arms. Missed approach briefed. Runway heading 2000. Lap 10.
Rotterdam traffic, Osprey 270, Mike, establish localizer 8.5 miles.
Where is he?
ILS, runway 24, Rotterdam traffic.
There he is. Can't quite see. I can see his lights. There it is, just where the cursor is. Over the wind farms. Evan, about 60 frames per second, typically, in 4K.
Yeah, I'll do no delay.
There's some great screenshots. I'll try and get some of them onto Volanta if it takes it. 2,000 feet mandatory at Rewick. We're there now. Nice smooth little step down. 400 foot per minute. Max 190 knots for this little section. Screenshot upload failed. Of course it has. 266 degrees for 30-degree intercept. Turning. Okay, well, it's taken some of the screenshots, which is good. Put it into Balanta. The rest we'll just have to do.
27 Juliet Mike, it's 3 mile final, runway 24, Rotterdam traffic.
Let's see.
Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 2962, downwind left runway 24 off number 3 approach.
Control visualizer. Heading select mode active. Approach mode. Time for the ILS. 2,000 feet, 10 miles. Sathira, hello buddy. Very good, thank you. Hope you're well. Get down, flap 15.
Takeoff 167 Golf, Zulu landing 180.
Bring the speed down to 160 till 4. 152 for approach speed, adding the 10 for the variable winds. 236. That's set. Flap 30 set. Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 32 Quebec is established 8 miles, ILS 24 Rotterdam. Get down 3 green and locked, flaps 30 and green, order brake RTO, speed brake is armed. That's all set and checked. Final check of the master caution system.
Rotterdam traffic, Osprey 27 Juliet Mike, vacated runway 24 at Victor 3, taxi to the Rotterdam traffic.
Should be intercepting the glide slope in a mo. Oh my god. That's a bit better. Just about established in time there properly. Forgot that. Cleared that, that's all fine. So lock mode is active. We're going to go CMDB engage as well now, just in case autopilot 1 fails because of that little misdemeanor that we had there. Yeah, ILS frequencies. I knew there was something, that's why I looked down a moment ago. Here we go. 5 miles. Let's hand flyer in. 24 knot headwind at the moment, as you can see there. We'll keep an eye on that. The winds are reported to be variable. 080 means it could end up being a left to right crosswind for us. We can predict what's going to happen there.
Transavia 522 descending to 2,500 feet from flight level 30, Transavia 522.
Oops, speed. Excuse me while I concentrate.
1,000.
So you can see how that speed drops off on the nav display. Our airspeed can then go from 155 knots to 140 something knots very quickly. And as MPS Gaming saying in the live chat, if that being variable wind goes from 20 knots headwind to a 20 knot crosswind, we can end up flying too slow. And you also can get a bit of sink, as we've had a couple of times there. So our fighting, speed, pitch Fighting the winds, trying to extend the centre line all the way through the middle of the plane down to the runway as we hand fly the approach. A little bit of trim every now and again would be helpful, but you know what, the winds are so choppy that it's pointless trimming in a way at the moment. It's trimmed as best as it'll ever be for the approach.
Approaching minimums.
Transavia 522, flying heading 048 degrees, send to 1,500 feet, keeping 2220.
Now all of a sudden we had a big old gust of headwind.
About to enter the base leg for runway 24, Transavia 522, Rotterdam.
50, 30, 20, 10.
Holding that pitch down. Reverse green. Holding the flare, not chasing it. For 100. You know what? I think we can get off here. Epic. Ooh, let's hope it's a 10. That would be great, wouldn't it? Rotterdam traffic, Transavia 32 Quebec is vacated, the runway taxi gates.
Thanks.
Oops, wrong button. Fat fingers.
Transavia 522, flying direct to runway Delta 241 to establish runway 24 into Rotterdam.
Sort that out first.
522 Rotterdam.
Transavia 6962, establish on ILS runway 24, short flying line, Rotterdam traffic.
So top right, or top left, sorry, there's our touchdown, right on the touchdown zone. Look at that, love it. 300 foot per minute, I think that's pretty good as well. We need some parking charts, don't we? We go back to roughly where we began, I think. Ooh, let's do C. C2, that'll do us. Yeah, Ian, literally. Traffic, that's all good. Flaps, spoilers. APU's good. Rab, yeah, again, yeah. You know, I checked it yesterday. Well, no, 2 days ago, sorry, when I set the stream up. I spawned in, just to be sure. I thought it was all fine. So, I will investigate. Davito, hello to you. AirBP. My god. Craziness. Cobrex Trans is desperate for fuel, it seems. Bar trucks are out. Taxi lights off. Let's pop the APU bleed on as well. Yeah, look, we got 2 of everything. 2 terminals, 2 control towers, 2 stop markers. Tickle the brakes a little bit.
Rotterdam traffic transfer is back into runway 24.
Behind the skies, I don't know really. I don't really use any of them. Exclamation mark donate. It's where you say touche. Okay, let's see. That's all good. That's all set. APU's running. Let's check the gen first. That's fine. Otherwise, we'd have to leave an engine running. Let's pop the engines off. Ground services, chocks, sets, anti-collision lights on. What do you reckon then for New Sky? We've not had Gangnam Style for a little while. Oh, no, and not today either. Okay, New Sky then. Recognised end of flight on chocks. We'll close the flight. Boom, 10. Happy days. Hey look, we're flying a 737 and we had a profit of 7337. Very nice. There's our little arrival into Rotterdam. All these different stages here. Altimeter change, flaps, flaps, flaps. Flaps again, bringing our speed down for that turn. Flaps, gear down, flaps again, all the way to full flaps extension. Then we had on the landing, look at this. Touchdown right on the centre line. Spoilers extended to max. Off the brakes, vacating, strobes off. And then cleaning the plane up. Parking up on blocks.
Transavia 522, establish runway 24, Transavia 522.
Let's see what mess GSX gets itself in by deboarding.
The boarding requested.
We'll let it do its weirdness. It's probably going to call the passenger coaches. Transavia's down there. Who else have we got? There's a Transavia. There's I think, was it John or Ian ahead of us? Absolutely nailing the flight. Kingslayer, that's great to hear. Thank you, buddy. Glad they're all helping you. Hi Fly, how did I do a Transavia flight on New Sky? I just changed my call sign when I connected to VATSIM, that's all. That way I can log it for you guys so you can see it. See the reports generated for me, if that makes sense. Ideally, everybody would fly on New Sky as Osprey Airways using an Osprey Airways livery, naturally. Oh, down. Very nice. Ron, have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. How many have we got on approach? Do we know? Can't see much going on there though. Let's have a look at the Lancer, work it out.
Transavia 522 vacating runway 24, Transavia 522.
So Transavia 311 is next. Oh, I think that's it. Oh no, Res, Osprey 4451 is coming in as well. Okay, so we've got 2 aircraft left at least. Might be a good idea, MPS game, to be fair. Or we might have to do maybe Tallinn to Gothenburg, perhaps, in the Mad Dog. Kingslayer, it's on Balanta. Balanta.app. However, only you guys can see that. I can't see the stream overlay. That's for the well, yeah, that's for all of you guys to sort of see it all. Miguel, what scenery? It's RD Presets Rotterdam version 2 Microsoft Flight Simulator. But frustratingly, MSFS reinstalled somehow. I really don't know. Genuinely don't know. It reinstalled the Asobo handcrafted Rotterdam as well, so we end up with both. So we got 2 Rotterdam sceneries installed somehow.
Transavia 522 will taxi to gate Charlie 3 via Upper Bravo, Charlie 3, Transavia 522 from the Rotterdam traffic.
President says he's landing soon. Where are you flying in from, President? I can see one set of lights just there on final. 12. Well, that one we've not had to go wrong, thankfully, yet. Here he is. Touch wood, it doesn't go wrong anyway. But yeah, the other one that we used to have, what was it called? God, I can't remember what it's called now. It's been that long since we used it. Belgian Av Geek, have I got my pilot's license? No, sadly not. I've not flown for almost exactly a year now. I was studying for my PPL, ran out of money, and then the money that I had for flying I had to use on more important stuff like buying my house. It's flying in the UK certainly is prohibitively expensive. Bam. That was a nice accurate touchdown, that. Long by name, I know it's crazy, isn't it? There's another one on final now. Center of the screen. Not hearing many Unicom calls though. Even though you're on Unicom, folks, you've got to make sure you are transmitting your position.
Rotterdam traffic to South 7 Charlie on final, runway 24.
Because otherwise other people don't know what you're doing. That's Corny Baker. He's next, about to come into view. Followed by Rez Osprey 4451. He's on long final. Just to the west of Utrecht at the moment. And then Transavia 6962 is on the downwind leg. So 1, 2, possibly 3 aircraft left to spot. Exactly, Ian, and just as enjoyable. Plus, you get to fly the airliners for £3,000. Flight sim itself is becoming crazy expensive as well, to be fair. Or, well, more so hardware than anything else.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Oof, just seen a flight report, 2 flight reports that I might need to supervise now actually. One into Skiathos, looks like it could have been a crash. Belgium Avic, no, I've got Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke and throttle. Works really quite nicely. Had a bit of a weird issue with the Fenix with it though, where it seems to fight the Fenix program. But otherwise, all round, certainly very good for the 737 PMDG. Oof, it's a floaty. He's in the touchdown zone though. Oh, nice. Well recovered. 737-700. Right, touchdown, literally touchdown right at the end of the touchdown zone there. Next one on final now. Oh, match check. PC's froze, that's not good.
Charlie 1.
Exactly, Ian. I mean, even sim racing in itself has become an industry, hasn't it? Alright, one on final there. Wait for him to come into view. Almost 150 likes, folks. I'm glad that you guys have all enjoyed today's live stream. Let's look at the poll we asked earlier on, actually. It's a bit of a third.
Rotterdam,
yeah, it's a third all the way. Asking earlier on who's used my free aircraft checklists in the past, the 737 checklists and the Fenix A320 checklists. 35% said not yet, but will.
ILS runway 24.
34% said yes, 30% said no, over 136 votes. Interesting. As I said, I mean, you should certainly never pay for checklists. There are companies like SoFly, who is owned by FS Elite, same guy, Callum, charging for stuff that people will pay for, checklists being one, but you can just find them online and print them out for free. So you know, certainly simming is expensive enough. You're better off using your money to better means. Scenery, high fidelity scenery, high quality aircraft add-ons, that sort of stuff. Can't talk about that Belgium Abgeek, sadly, without putting my job at risk. Or me at risk. Oh, look at those contrails. In fact, they're converging on each other, look. Opposite directions. That's pretty cool. I wonder what altitude they're at. That's pretty mega. Look at that. They're literally crossing each other's paths at the same time. How's he still on final? Oh. That's pretty cool. No explosion, sadly. That would have been interesting to watch. One of the contrails suddenly goes hurtling towards the ground. One through that cloud there at the moment. That must be quite close, yeah. It's great to see that though from the sim now. There's a very slim chance, I say very slim because it is very slim chance that I might be streaming on Sunday, this Sunday. Trying to get annual leave at the moment, but basically they owe me some days off, and I might tell them, because they've cancelled my day off on Monday, I might tell them to give me that day off on Sunday instead if they can. And if I can make that work, then I might do something stream wise, whether we visit the new Gothenburg if it's out by that point, or whatever else it might be. We'll figure it out. Might be doing, I don't know, Tallinn to somewhere else. Could take the A310 out for a spin. We could take the the A310 or the MD80 as well. Have I made a setup tour yet? No. I've done a reel and a few things, a few videos showing you guys my new setup, a picture of my new PC with all its RGB on Instagram as well, over on our channel's Instagram account, British Avgeek. So do check that out as well if you've got Insta. Could try and take the A320 for a spin as well, the Fenix A320, and test to see if what I find could be the way to resolve it has resolved the issues that I've been getting with that fighting my Turtle Beach yoke. That aircraft is very close on final there. Similarly, we've not flown the CRJ for a little while, so there's a few options for us really. Oh dear, he's dropping.
Traffic, Osprey 4451 is on final runway 24, Rotterdam traffic.
Rather quickly. Yeah, don't forget, whoever that is, make sure you press declare emergency on New Sky. The DC-6A Shuttlebox, there's an aircraft we've not flown for a while, eh? So this 737-600 that's landing, you'll notice its chocks are on and its windows, its doors are open. That is because it's using our aircraft state to match that in AI. So certain elements of it can't be rendered out of the AI model. so it loads it in with it. Hence why that is engines off with chocks and wheels and things. Beautiful touchdown, great job. Grisen, yes, the pig. Next pilot coming in. Don't know who this is.
Rotterdam traffic, Osprey 4451 has vacated runway 24, taxiing to gate.
Oh, it's President intercepting the ILS. One more pilot in. Yeah, we're not flying the 737 for a little while either, to be honest. Belgian Geek saying, have I tried out the Embraers yet from FSS? Yes, a little while ago, and I said at the time that I would not be touching it until it is done. I've noticed yesterday it's gone to beta version 0.8, I think it is, something like that. Yeah, Gav, I literally just discussed that, buddy. It's an AI thing, so that's why the doors and the chocks are open and on. Whoa, that's a tail strike. Not transmitting on Unicom though. We have another aircraft on final. Are they on Unicom? Let's see. 100% will be getting the ATR. Yes, very excited for that. Very, very excited for that. It's going to be great. 6962. Okay, yeah, no, he's in 0.1 miles away apparently. Huh? How is he 0.1 miles away? Is that the Transavia that just landed? Yeah. Dunno, weird. So, I mean, that's a prime example, not transmitting, is it gets very confusing. Just to try and work out where people are. Well, there we go, we've filled Rotterdam up once again. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Wherever you are in the world, folks, really appreciate you guys tuning in. Great to hear that you guys are all really enjoying the sim streaming output in 2K 60 frames per second as well. It's great to hear. Enjoy the rest of the week. Gav saying about all the virtual airline stuff is PC only. I have personally tried to get all of our liveries added into the MSFS marketplace for free, so you guys on Xbox can enjoy the liveries as well and fly for Osprey on Xbox. Fortunately, Microsoft are still just sitting on it, so I can't see it's going to be resolved anytime soon, sadly, but I am trying. That's the thing. But yeah, the virtual airline software and the client stuff is PC only because of the way it connects into the sim. Ace Airstream, you've got to go onto the GSX installer and exclude EETN from GSX, otherwise it all gets a bit confused and a bit weird. But there we go. Enjoy the rest of the week, folks. Thank you to everybody who's hit like, tuned in, flew along as well. Thank you to all of our ATC from YOEP at the beginning, connecting in as Rotterdam delivery. We'll continue the conversation on Discord, where our screenshots will end up as well. And if you are new to the channel, it's great to have you on board. Make sure you hit like and subscribe before you head off. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the last couple of streams, and I'll see you next time for some more Microsoft Flight Simulator magic. Take care. See you soon.
Taking off from 824 to Rotterdam Airport.